held together. I think I'm gonna commit to this picture here. Draw it fully out. Kind of like the direction it's going. Love your style, man. Keep up the good work. Witch King 33. Thank you, man. Thank you for the $10, man. Super appreciate it. Now that's a comment. Now that's a comment. Damn, thank you so much, man. Wow. My mood just got $10 better. It's on YouTube. It won't show up on the screen or whatever. I like immediately feel like this morning is already like off to a better start. I will keep up the good work. I gotta refill my pencil here. Give me 1 second. Gonna do a little reload. Reloading mag. There we go. Coolio, hey, morning. How's it going? Thank you for the dancing dinosaurs. Appreciate that, man. How's your I just woke up. I did grocery earlier, then took an oh, that is awesome. Yeah, I've been sleeping really good lately. Like shockingly good. I can't complain. What do your groceries look like? If it's not super personal. But yeah, I've been stocked up for a while. I like to just buy all the essentials and just not leave my house for like a week. That is the ideal way to live, I think. But yeah, I'm having somebody on YouTube gave me like a $10 super chat. I'm already in a better mood, bro. Like, bro, how can this morning get any better? Oh, my dog threw up in my bed last night. That was a nice little cherry on top of a poop cake. By the way, just the regular stuff: chicken, 50 kilogram of rice, snacks. Nice, nice. Yeah, I bought some chicken nuggies last time at Walmart. Ground beef, eggs. That's kind of where I'm at. And some ingredients for Christmas food stuff. Nice. Noise. I just thought these windows would look better if there was like, if they didn't look like the way they did. Change up the design here a little bit. It's still far, but we're starting to lose some stocks on fruit cocktails. It's still far, but we're starting to lose some stocks on fruit cocktails. Nice. The building is becoming more detailed now. Yesterday it was a bit flat during its development. Yeah, I do wanna kind of keep it more simple. I want to keep it like kind of give it that building in the fog kind of far away vibe. Just kind of want to keep it not superly over detailed. It's just supposed to be sort of a monolithic kind of a thing. It's mostly going to hinge on sort of the gradients, kind of, you know, playing with the gradients as it's going down and building up that, like, white fog at the bottom. That's at least what I'm going to attempt to do. This could be like some administrative building, you know? Some kind of a nightmarish, bureaucratic, nightmarish, you know, lots of paperwork. But it's good. I'm glad that it's not too cold out. I'm glad about that. Hopefully this is gonna be a super mild winter. You know, that's my kind of hope and dream for this. If it stays around just negative couple degrees Fahrenheit, that's gonna be fine with me. Probably won't, but it's a bit of detour from your creature stuff, but I'm starting to appreciate it once it blends into your usual style, white shading, rough surface, etc. Yeah, I don't know how much like that is gonna look. We'll kind of see. You know what I mean? I want it to be more, you know. It is definitely a detour from the regular sort of hard line kind of, or harder defined lines and stuff like that. But you know, I want to play around with something else. We'll get back to the creatures, you know. I do want to venture outside of the, you know, the sort of the norm. I guess this would be more towards realistic, you know, keeping the lines kind of to a minimum and just shading everything in. Like I said, it's more of like the monolithic building in the fog, kind of. That's sort of the vibe I'm going for. I might do a little bit of that edge highlighting kind of here towards the bottom, kind of like in this area. Oh, guys, you guys should see my Groot I did last night. Hold on, I want to show you guys something. Speaking of detours, one second. So, last night's Groot adventures. This is kind of more like what this one isn't done, but it's like 80% done maybe. Let's get him over here. And as you can see, this was with the implementation of the airbrush. And so I'll show you the beginning of what that process looks like. I basically take the model. I'm not sure if I'm going to keep the armor black. I'm not sure if I'm in love with the way the black armor looks here. It's very hard to do. You have to like slowly water down your black with white until like you can create like you know, like a little bit of a highlight on the shoulder pad, as you can see there. This one's about 80% done. And so it started so like this, kind of like just primer, and then I hit it with the green where the skin is with like a darker green, and then I slowly add highlights to the skin, so I bring the skin up more towards being lighter, so, and I leave room for myself to do that by making the skin darker initially. And so basically this is just green on primer, and then I slowly add things. You know, you can see that I worked on the gun a little bit. I basically painted it just pure silver, like pure metal, like a light metal, and then I took a very watered down black and added like the darkness to kind of create that, you know, dirty metal kind of like a sort of gradients on there to kind of create artificial kind of highlights by darkening stuff instead of, you know, adding white. And so I think this is 80% done. I still got to do the hair, still got to do the base. There's still the bones. I guess still got to paint the bones and stuff like that. But this is about what the final version of the Groots. I think this is turning out really good personally. Like, I'm pretty proud of this, and I'm pretty happy with the way it's going. Really happy with this. You're still working. Nice. Is it Warhammer? It is Warhammer. It is, in fact, Warhammer. I'm not a big gamer with this stuff. I just like to paint them, and this is for a friend. And there's a big army of these guys, and it is very, I just can't get enough of this stuff. Even, like, this camera makes this look good, honestly. Like, for some reason, whenever I point my, my phone camera, it just washes everything out. This camera makes it look pretty good, to be honest. Like, this does it justice. It makes it look more contrasty, but yeah. Very happy with the results on this. But this is what it starts out like. This is just primer and the green skin, and then I basically slowly highlight the skin where the light would be falling to make it look more kind of, you know, better, and then I just do all the other details kind of slowly. But yeah, very happy. Anyway, that's enough of nerding out. What the? Anyway. You're still working on art off stream? Yeah, I haven't had a lot of work outside of this. I work from home. And then, so I've just been like, as long as my eyes are fine, I can keep working. It's just that, like, now that I'm 35, usually after 5 hours of drawing and then painting miniature models, it can be a little too much. So I only have so many hours in me, and if I don't regulate it, like, you know, if I don't, like, regulate it, it's like, I get burnt out. Like, just physically, my eye, like, I can't do it anymore, because then everything just gets blurry, and my depth perception, like, goes to crap. I can even stand less than 18 Celsius. I can even stand less than when I went to visit Japan. What the? I thought someone left their AC on, but outside. Do you mean you can't even stand less than 18 Celsius? Noise is a Warhammer. You're still working, yeah, but yeah, I'm not a big fan of the cold. Like, it's just not fun. Like, it's just not a fun experience. The whole cold, eternal suffering of the cold. But yeah. Actually, let me sharpen this pencil up so I can do my edge highlighting a little bit here, a little bit better. Actually, let me pour this crap out. My tuna fish sharpening. Oh, sorry about that. I didn't forgot where we were. Where did my? Oh, there it is. Oh yeah, did I tell you that my dog threw up in my bed last night? Luckily I had a sheet on there, and I could just pick that up and empty it out. It wasn't like, you know, right on the bed, but I just don't get why he doesn't go towards it. If he just went towards the door, it would not be an issue, but he'll quietly do it. He'll quietly do it, and then, like, I hear him, like, puking. Yeah, it's disgusting, I know. Played a little bit of Hail to the Rainbow. This piece was partially inspired by Hail to the Rainbow, if I'm being honest. It had a little bit of a Hail to the Rainbow kind of energy. Replacing the bed sheet is easy. I didn't bleed through to the mattress. Yeah, no, it didn't. I caught it because I heard him, like, doing that, making that noise or whatever. I caught it in time. Luckily, it didn't happen during the stream. That would have been even more embarrassing. But that's just what it is. AGS Draw says, knock knock, hey man. What up, my guy? Okay. We're good and sharp. How's your morning going, AJS? Hope it's good. It's night here? Oh, nice. You must be Europe? Around 10 p.m.? Yeah. No, I'm in America, so we're well, I'm at 10 a.m. So I'm at 10:30 a.m. So we're like you're what does that mean you're directly on the opposite side of the world? If the world is in fact round, India. Oh, India. Okay. If the world is in fact round, does that mean if you're 12 hours away, does that mean you're on the other side of the world? Do you guys have fun conspiracy theories in India? Um, like the Earth being flat or something like that. Do you guys have your equivalent to like what's your guys' tick over there? Like what are you guys like into? Like the birds aren't real. I'm just sort of curious. Like what's your guys' like localized insanity? Mostly we believe Earth is round, right? But you guys have your do you guys have your own version of like that? Like, are there any fun Indian conspiracy theories we should know about? Future oil. What? Nice. So your baby picture is finished. Is the controversy over? I've been enjoying following the controversy of the baby picture. Hey yo, future oil painter. Oh, I watched the Game Awards last night. Very mid, very mid. Almost unwatch. Honestly, I didn't make it all the way through. I watched it on the stream. I watched it on the in Discord. I thought maybe people would join in. No one did. It's fine. But it was, I turned it off too. I just left. I'm like, this is boring. How's your morning going, future? I think the baby picture is just about. I think the baby picture is just about there. I'm catching some shadows that are missing, and we'll get those in this weekend. Want to finish by Monday or for sure? Okay, nice. We'll be looking forward to that update. The upcoming Street Fighter movie sound. Wait, the upcoming Street Fighter movie sounds they have big shoes to fill in. I'm not super into Street Fight. I'm like a very passive knower of it. I don't have a hard take on it. I'll be honest, I'm not super interested, but not because it just wasn't part of my childhood. You know what I mean? I'm sure it's a great game or whatever. Good, pretty relaxed. Oh, good, good. Glad to hear. I've had an unhealthy amount of coffee this morning. Claire Obscure bagged most of their Claire Obscure bagged. Is that the people who made? Because I was watching it. I was painting models while watching because I kind of gave up on watching it. But is that the Expedition 33 people? They were like dressed up as French people or something like that. Was that the big thing about it? Okay, nice. AGS Draw says, I once met a person here saying that climate change is fake and how we just imagine we had his old lengthy explanation. Nice. I don't know if you can call it a conspiracy. Well, I think that's kind of an opaque kind of a thing. It's hard to tell. Like, because, like, from the standpoint of a non-scientist, like, you're just going off of, like, mostly YouTube videos, right? Most people, and then there's just contradicting information. People are saying it is going up, but then they're like, yeah, but if you zoom the graph out, it's actually going down, you know, the temperature, and then, like, there's been 95% like less casualties around Earth from weather events, so it's like becoming more stable. And then they're like, no, it's becoming less stable. And like in Russia, there's all these deserts popping up everywhere. Like the Earth is turning into a desert. It's just impossible to, you know what I mean? It's just like it's more of a, I think it's a more complicated picture. I don't think, I don't know. Somebody knows what's going on, but I just think like, looking at it from like from my point of view, I can't tell what's going on, if I'm being honest. Also, there's a lot of political motivation to say certain things, so I think it's like you're mixing in science with sort of political leanings. It's like tied into that, so it's like there's really no way to tell what the truth is, because half of them are lying, half of them are trying to tell the truth, but whatever. That's my take on it. I just don't know. They have same outfits as alternate skins in the game. Wait, Expedition 33, the French game? Yep. Okay. They, it felt, I've never played Expedition 33, but it felt French from the trailer. It had a distinct French feeling. They have those same outfits as alternate skins in the game. They have those same outfits as alternate... Oh, really? Nice. It's like stereotypical... It's like a stereotypical French person, beret, striped shirt, baguette. Yeah, it was like that, yeah. You know, whenever I think of France, I still think of 1960s scooters and, like, long, skinny cigarettes. That's how I imagine France is still. Good morning, I'm hungry. Nice. Welcome, Jen. How's your morning going? We should all go and join the French Legionnaires. Well, I don't think we can do that. I think we can join the French Foreign Legion, if that's what you mean, which I'm not inclined to do because of all the running around and yelling. And I'm good right here. I'm good right here. I'm quite good off of that. gonna think of adding a little bit of something to this, but I can't figure out what it. I can't figure out what it like really needs right now. Do you believe in ghosts? Tired. I went to the gym late. Nice. I slept in a little extra long for that little bit of extra energy. You're doing the wrong. If you want more energy, you need to stop going to the gym and sleep. Maybe it needs a door. No, it's huge. It's like there's a door. You can only get there via. There's a helipad on top. That's how they all show up. There's no more door. Do you believe in ghosts? See, I think that's a complicated issue because it's not. It's like. I think that. Because you kind of have to zoom the graph out a little bit. And if you, it depends. If you take into consideration that this might be like a simulated reality, I think like yeah, but because it's like not ghosts like your actual ancestors show up or like bad people or whatever that are still here, spirits like tied to this world. Not like that. I mean, if this is a simulation, like some claim, then like if that's sort of a viable theory, then I think sometimes like the rule set gets broken to like kind of just you know in order to teach us lessons and things of that nature or whatever, that kind of thing. Like it's sort of like they're not actual spirits. It's just they're shown as spirits or whatever kind of thing. But it's just part of the simulation sometimes, or something like that. That's kind of how I think of it. Not so much that they are actual spirits or whatever. Apparently, France has top tier animation schools. I believe it. I mean, it feels true. I feel like if you said that about Japan, I would also feel like that's true. That was a very scientific answer. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I love pseudoscience. I love spreading pseudoscience. Everyone forgets, but France took over all Europe at one point. Yeah, like Napoleon and stuff. Yeah, I don't forget that. I never forget. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, that's true, and stuff. Never forget the Battle of Waterloo. 4 never forgets the Battle of Waterloo. Nice, yeah. Like I said, I'm not super married to any like theories, but I think it's super interesting. Many countries had their prime time in history. Isn't that so true? That is so true. It is weird though that we think of a prime time for a country is like when they were like conquering the world. That was like their shining moment, not other things. It's like that is what most people are usually proud of. Yeah, I guess it is like because it's hard to measure. Um, it's hard to measure things that aren't kinetic. You know what I mean? It's like you really it's um easier to understand sort of someone's mastery of understanding like how much they understand things is like with military stuff it's easy to like measure kilometers and what who and what numbers and stuff like that, and you can kind of sort of put together their ability in that way. It's sort of like the grand finale of the accumulation of everything that nation had kind of thing, whereas like when you have artists it's way more like it's very fuzzy, right? Because like you could show me like Vincent Go, like people show his stuff and I don't get it. Like I just don't get it, you know what I mean? Like for instance, but he's considered to be one of the best artists ever or whatever. So I'm just saying it's like the military stuff works because you can kind of get your ruler out and your calculator and just kind of add up the add up the success, I guess. They were mostly known for developing an education system as we know it: art, science, math, philosophy. Wait, who did? Well, you do have ancient Greece. Oh yeah, they were like all into that stuff. I don't feel like working today, bro. I completely understand where you're coming from. I completely understand that vibe. Yeah, I mean, no knows which country was the most ahead in medical in 18th century, while everyone knows who was ruling the world. Land. Yeah, Yeah, exactly. man. It's Friday. I want to chill. Bro, I feel you. I completely understand, bro. That's like every day for me. I know, right? What if, like, in our lifetimes, like, if like you think like back when I was a kid, like like even the technological sort of, like you gotta think like people that fought in World War II that are alive today have witnessed that sort of the AI sort of revolution, right? We're like in the beginning stages of it. So think about us. We could like hit a technological era within our lifetimes where we'll be talking to our grandchildren about how like we used to go to work and work like 50 hours a week, and it's gonna be like we're gonna be like people that like lived in World War II. You know what I mean? It's like, what do you mean you went to like most of your life was spent just working? Yeah, we just worked and we got barely compensated for it, and you know, like that could happen within our lifetimes. Sorry, lifetime. Hopefully, right? Like some sort, because I'm gonna be good off not working. I'm not in any need to find myself through like laboring 50, 60 hours a week to make ends meet. I'm good off of that. Like I'm perfectly content painting miniature models and drawing and stuff. Ooh, video games too. Don't forget video games. When you think about it, yeah, all of today's technology happened because of World War II. Well, I don't know. I don't know about like I know war like tends to kind of push technology and stuff like that, but I just more mean like if you took like somebody that was like a kid or like a teenager and they went and fought in World War II, like some kid from Kansas, like they lived essentially in the Middle Ages. Like they had a well, they lived in a little wooden shack, they had some farm with some tractor, right? Skip to now, they're still alive in the essentially cyberpunk-style future, right? Like it completely changed just within their lifetime, their experience, right? Or like of what their perception of the world. So I don't think it's inconceivable that we're gonna see leaps in technology to an extent that like it's gonna be completely unfathomable to our minds. Like I say I hope, but I don't know. I hope it's not like a Skynet situation where we're being dragged out of our houses with those robot dogs and just curb stomped. I hope it's more of a more chill situation than that, where we get like sort of um, yet I'm sure there's still going to be communities like you can still I'm sure there's going to be like communities where you can opt out of that and like say I will not live past 1995 technologically. Like that's where I feel comfortable. I want my Windows XP or whatever that was, you know, around back then. I want my, you know, internal combustion engine, and some communities will be allowed to live like that, like the Amish, like that version of the Amish where you're just like, I'm good right here. I want my wood burning stove and my you know what I mean, like, and my regular speed internet. I think that will happen too at the same time as you have like wild sort of kind of changes in other areas. Uh, that's true. World War II made the innovations much faster than it ever was. Was many things were improved like radio vehicles. Was many things were improved like, yeah. Um, but those people are some of the richest people in some cases still alive today, which is amazing how long they are living. I'm telling you, if you want to live long and look good, have money. You need to have lots of money. It really helps with longevity, youth. Uh, you know what I mean? Like, don't be poor. Being poor ages you horribly. Wasn't there someone who got his Google glasses destroyed by another person because it's scanning people's faces and it's becoming creepy? That's a good point. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. I think that yeah, the face scanning thing. I think like it's happening when you're in front of your computer. It's happening when you put your phone out. I think that ship has sailed pretty much. You're just gonna have to accept that there's no privacy. I mean, unless you take very measured precautions and you know exactly what you're doing, you could have some level of privacy. But again, only the very like maybe 1% of the world will have some privacy, and the rest of us will be like you know out in the open. Money equals convenience. Well, and it's not just convenience, it's just like imagine you don't have to do what you don't want to do 50 hours a week, right? Like it really saves on your you don't have to like it's just way better that way. Does anyone use keypad phones in USA? Yes, criminals. Basically, those are burner phones that you would buy to make some kind of a drug deal, and then you would throw it in the river or something. But basically, that's where that's at. Or people who wanna kind of disinfect themselves from like technology, and they don't want to have a smartphone on them because it makes them open up Instagram and stuff like that, and it makes their lives worse. So they'll have that just to kind of get away from sort of their smartphone. But that's very few, and that's very. I wasn't expecting that. What were you expecting? Criminals, though. Well, yeah, that's basically criminals and people who want to be. Well, you buy a cheap burner phone, right? Like that. If you have two brain cells to rub together, that's what you would do. If you were into that, but I'm saying like also if you want to kind of get away from. I just don't see how you could get rid of a modern phone. It has got GPS on there. It's like I just don't. You cannot function without a smartphone anymore. You just can't do it. All my accounts are tied to my like phone number. I can't open anything without having a phone number. Yes, the name your kids Warren, and name your kids Warren. Oh, because Warren Buffett or whatever. Like, I don't think Warren Buffett is like. Is he? I mean, I know Warren Buffett is rich, but I'm saying like. That's not like old money. Like he became rich within his lifetime. That's not like old money. You know what I mean? Also think about food. Healthy food is expensive. That's the other thing. Yeah, if you don't want to eat like basically I think like yeah, that's true. Yeah. You need food that like is of quality, and you'll have more access to quality food if you are just just it'll be around, like when you live in a neighborhood that like has those stores and stuff, just even if you're not a super healthy conscious person, just by your overall average ability to take in healthy food is going to go up. Here, people use keypad phones commonly. Um, in India, yeah, I mean, that'll turn around. I mean, I'm sure that like, you know, I just it's a matter of time. Um, I'll start working in a few minutes lurking. Alright, don't work too hard, guys. Because work is not... stress and work is not good for you, you know? Keep it to a minimum. I can hear my neighbors, like, shoveling snow out there. It's like they're peer pressuring me into going out there. Old people? Oh, old people. I see what you mean. Yeah, no, yeah, old people will do that. Like, old people, like, I'm getting the same way. I'm getting kind of the same way in life as, like, I've gotten used to certain things and I don't want to. I'm like, I'm done learning new things or advancing. I'm like, you know, if they came out with whatever the next version of the phone is, like the Neuralink or whatever the thing is going to be, I'm good off that. You know what I mean? I don't need to move forward in technologically. I'm okay with not having a computer inside of my refrigerator. You know, I want to go backwards a little bit. If I could get a wood burning stove, I would. Like, I want to go like back in time. Like a little bit, not all the way, but not like all the not go full Amish, but maybe dip my toe in the Did it snow again? Yeah, Jen, I did. It does it, and yes, I'm very upset because my solar not just I'm not flexing, but I do have solar panels. I need those things to be cleared off. You know what I mean? Like the electricity isn't producing itself. Um, I think I saw some news in China that are I think I saw some news in China that there are beggars who have QR codes. Bro, that's so cyberpunk. I'm poor. Here's my QR. Here's my sponsor me. I need to get a QR code. You know what I mean? My own like little QR code. And then you go to my website. It like has pictures of me being poor, and you can like donate money. Someone gave me a $10 super chat like first thing in the morning. And I'm like, that's like, I'm basically an e-beggar. Like, I'm the guy in the, you know how like in the metro you'll see people like playing guitar, and then like people are passing by, like they throw money in the hat. I'm just the e version of that. I do have a wood burning stove in my village house, bro. That's so dope. My grandfather had a fireplace in his dacha. I think like I know that like technically like, you know, when you have a city that's or like a when you have a lot of wood burning things, houses tend to burn down, right? But I would say that like I think a lot of those incidents involve alcohol. I think like That's my take on it. Is like you add wood burning stoves and alcohol, and I think people like fall asleep and like things like that happen. I think like it's pretty safe. Like people who like know what they're doing and they treat it like a science and they dry their wood and those people are gonna be fine. It's just that like once you, I think most people should like be electrified, like not electrocuted. I mean like their life should be like they should live in like a padded room with a tablet, right? So they're safe. They can't hurt themselves. But for people like me, I want to have a wood burning stove. Foros, you remind me one time, a long time ago, when I was still 19, I saw a girl from high school. What the? I remind you of a girl. What the? She thought I was homeless and gave me some quarters, though. It was hilarious. Oh, I know. I kind of live on the side of town where like the houses like over there, they're kind of rich people, and I was walking my dog over there, and I was passing by like somebody who lived in those houses, and they were like, "Sorry, I don't have any change," as they passed me by. I'm just kidding, kind of. But you felt like I don't have change energy from that person. You know, they were like, "Ooh, a peasant, please," like, you know. That was kind of a joke, but like I guess I do. You know, one thing I do like about America is we don't really have like classism. I know people say we do, but we really kind of don't. Like I feel like I could have talked to. I didn't talk to that guy, but I could have, and they were like very open to talking. But I think for the most part, we don't have like a caste system here. I kind of like America for that. Sell your award for knows most about driving. Sell your award for knows most about driving. Oh, thank you. I can't let go of that because how will people know? You don't have to change here my QR code, pay me online. You don't have to change, here's my QR code. Oh, they're getting you, because usually you can get out of it by saying I don't have change, right? Yeah. No. Yeah, homeless people are innovative. They're learning. Every day they get a little bit wiser, and they're like, well, if you don't have it right now, that's fine. Just, you know, with crypto and all these options, you can support me. That's funny. Maybe people will give me quarters. I just need to look more disheveled. You know what I mean? Maybe in a few days they will ask people to buy them stocks or whatever. Oh, buy me like a Microsoft stock. I'm telling you, those poor people, like the people who are committed to being on this, like some of them make good like money. They make like good amount of money. I've heard. I just don't think I don't have it in me to like. Maybe I should do that part time, like stream and then go beg for money. We have a good our town has a good like intersection where there's a lot of traffic. I could go like do like a Yuri fund, like fund my dreams. Like it's not I'm not like pretending to be homeless. I'm just saying like I need money, and if you give it to me, I will have it, kind of thing. Um, was on break, and my mom sent me to currency exchange to pay utility bill. That's where I bumped into her. Lol. I need coffee. I had a good amount of coffee this morning. I still have a half a pot waiting for me. That's for a miniature model painting though. That's like when I'm done with this, and it gets into the night shift. I tried drinking tea, but it was too good. I need my morning beverage to be angry like my soul. I understand that. Yeah. You guys have no idea how much I look forward to coffee in the morning. I used to be a black coffee drinker, but I switched back to using milk. It's just so much better. How's Janet doing today? She looks alright. I was on break. My mom's... Oh, wait, I read it already. No, Janet's doing fine. Yeah, I tried switching to tea too, and tea just doesn't, it just doesn't have what it takes. It just doesn't have that, like, you know what I mean? What wasn't there news about people going abroad to sell necklaces stuff to fund their dream vacation? Fund their Wait, abroad to sell necklaces to fund their dream vacation. How can you do that with necklaces? They got called out on that because they were going to developing countries asking for money for their digital nomad dreams. I don't understand. Aren't people in other countries like poor? Like, isn't it harder to get money out of them? Like developing countries, like, you know what I mean? Unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, I feel like it'd be harder in a developing country to like fund your dreams, fund like your... Today I went to college and 4 out of 3 of my lectures were canceled and no one told us that it was canceled, so I wasted 3 hours learning each hour that this lecture is canceled. That's kind of a valuable lesson in itself though, right? I'm just going to make this coffee. I don't drink. If I don't drink some, I'll be such a stupid mood. I'll be in such a stupid mood. That's understandable, yeah. I usually just get a headache, like, in the morning, and then I run to the coffee machine to fix that. It's like going to Thailand, then beg for money to finance their stay. Like Westerners are doing this? Or, like... Usually, like, the bad things I've heard is, like, Westerners go to those countries to, like, find wives and, like, or whatever. Like, that's the game that everyone's... What do they call them? The passport bros? Or whatever. I'll be honest, I don't even know where my passport is, but... I think it's in my parents' house, maybe. I don't know. I'm way too lazy to put that kind of effort into finding a wife. Going all the way to a different country, and it's just like... Yesterday I saw a streamer playing old Super Nintendo. Was it a CRT Rex? Was it CRT Rex? Reminded me of I bought that system back in 1983 or 94. Guess how much I paid for Street Fighter 2? $85. Future Oil was the guy. Did the guy have a mustache and kind of a country vibe? I think there's a term for that, but Alice, I forgot. I guess what I looked it up, $85 in today's money is $189. Yeah, it looks like video games. If you do the cost, if you look at like the laptop prices in like the 80s, like when they were first having like detachable computers, they were like charging $5,000, which in today's money is probably like, you know, triple that. So actually I mean, a laptop now, like if you're just using it for browsing and like basic computing, is like, they're giving them away. I've had jobs where like when I got the job, they gave me a computer and they said, don't bring it back. Like, it's yours. If you quit, just keep it. I think the term is bag packers. Oh, really? Yeah, that's kind of gross, but to each their own, I guess. I don't think I would only beg if I had to beg, you know what I mean? But like, it would take a while before I started begging. His name, like on the street, you know what I mean? His name was something like V-Rick. Remember the code? You're already talking to someone? Right. I need cuddles, but my dog is being dumb. Your dog is tiny, doesn't have a choice. Yuri, I sold your passport the other day. Oh. Your wife should know where your passport is. Janet, I don't know. I don't think she I don't think she knows. It's like it's probably in my house, but I have an idea where to look for it, but I don't know exactly where it is. I know you should know, but I don't. His name was like Vrick. Vic the Brick 1982 was his handle. Oh, you're talking about the streamer? Yeah. No, I don't watch too much streaming outside of the art community. And like some of the big streamers I'll visit once in a while just to see like what they're doing. I'm gonna try and add like actual mist towards the bottom here. I'm not sure. It's sort of outside the scope of what I know how to do. Convinced like having that like effect, but I'm gonna try and go for it. Oh, sorry, I'm drawing off screen again. My bad. My bad. Knock knock. Who's there? Oh, we're doing the joke. Nice. Well, you guys in India know about knock knock jokes? I never got a passport. When I was younger, I'd just show my birth certificate. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that'll fly nowadays. I'm not sure how. I know they're getting more strict with everything. But I guess if I ever win the lottery and go to travel, I might need a passport. Yeah, I'm not a big travel guy, honestly. I'm more of a homebody. Like, I just like to kind of like dig into my like hole and then just sit there. That sounds like paper please era. Yeah, like what country do you live in that your birth certificate can get you out of your country? Uh, I guess it proves that you exist, but they already know that since you exist. I don't know. Cow says we don't live under a rock. Nice. What the? It wasn't as crazy as Nazi Germany. What the? Do you live in Arstotzka by any chance? You have a hard time reading? No, I read really good. That's not true. So do I. No, I read really, really good. It's a fictional country in the game Papers, Please. Yeah, it's one of those games where like you have to remember a series of like documents and like which ones are falsified, and like if you get too many wrong, like bad things start to happen and stuff. And it's like one of those games that like you get to go longer in the story, the more you can the more accuracy you can remember the documents with, or something like that. I never really got heavy into that game, but it was like a little bit of a cult hit, that game. Cherry Turtle, let's go. I'm finally kind on time. Nice, man. Thank you, thank you. Are you in you lying about reading? No, I can read really good. He's an excellent reader. Thank you. Thank you. What kind of paper are you using, by the way? This is a toned... let's take a look here before I start making things up. It's Strathmore Tone 10, 9x12. .400 series. That's the paper I'm using. He's an excellent reader. Nice. Well, I'm just glad somebody can recognize that, like... I'm a great reader. What the... How come I can read everything? Thank you for that. What is the size of that? It's a 9x12. By the way, I have two paper things that I bought that are like 24x12, and I accidentally kept buying them because I didn't read the sizes, and then I just ate the cost of it. I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. It's my bad. I didn't really read the description that carefully, which is why honestly I go to Hobby Lobby. It's just because you can't buy the wrong thing. Online they always get you with something. It's like they always phrase it in a weird way to where like you'll misunderstand what you're buying, because they're trying to get rid of those big sheets of paper, I think. I'm in the market for something now. I always end up buying two small sketchbooks. Well, I think small sketchbooks, they have their place in the world. They have their place. I can't find it now, but I have a little one, and they can be neat. For, you know, they say you should keep a sketchbook in your pocket or whatever. I don't, but... I think that was ice falling off my house. I'm not really sure. That didn't sound good though. 9x12, okay. I'm in the market for something now. I always end up buying. Okay. I've seen some snobby moleskin salespeople in art stores. Snobby moleskin people in art stores? What the? Like they're pushing product on you? Usually Hobby Lobby doesn't even have salespeople. It's just people restocking shelves. What's the GSM? I don't know what that acronym stands for. Don't mind me. I'm hauling off my moleskin. Nice. I really wish I could track down my old sketchbook. I had some drawings I really liked, and it motivated me to draw more. Nice. Just draw more good pictures to motivate yourself to draw more. You just gotta do it, you know? And then once you do it, like, I think streaming is great too, because it's kept me very consistent, and the consistency has led to some really good pictures. And so it's been like you know, the one thing help. It's like the one hand washes the other, or whatever the phrase is, right? Kind of works the same way. Sorry, the winter's got me, like, my nose is dry. Lol, right? Lol, he does always do that, huh? Foro's rule number 1, when you don't understand something, just say nice and move on. That, nice. It helps to just keep the show rolling, guys. Truth is, me understanding something actually won't change anything. So, like, you know what I mean? It's like, moleskin, nice. It's like that Nicolas Cage meme where it goes like, you can't gaslight me because I don't actually remember what happened and I don't care. Future Oil says Hasta la vista, primavera, baby. Nice. No ice, please. I'm always impressed by your art. Cherry Turtle, thank you. I appreciate that. AGS says, yo, Jen, where are you from? I'm cold. Water snobby salespeople. What? Water snobby salespeople? I'm guessing it's people who, like, gaslight you, like, into buying more expensive things by using your, like, what would you call it? Like, I'm guessing they would be like, oh no, like, you're trying to reach for the cheap paint or whatever, and they're like, oh no, I mean, I thought you were a real artist. You need to, you know, like, the real ones use this kind of paint, and then you're like, oh, then I'm gonna need to go ahead and buy the other paint that is more expensive, kind of thing, right? That's what I'm guessing a snobby salesperson is. It's like, oh, I was under the impression you were, like, in this other category of artists, but I guess go ahead and buy the cheap stuff. I misunderstood. That's sort of what I'm guessing, but I don't know. Sorry, I didn't realize I was talking to a poor. Okay, time to draw. I'll post some stuff in the server soon. All right, thank you, Cherry Turtle. Appreciate that. Flip those people. Do you buy the 6 TP or go big and grab the $9 stuff? 1 ply or versus 3 ply toilet paper and sketchbook. Time to draw. Well, like what happened to me, the snobby Blinks lady looked at me as if I was a vagrant and said, oh, if you're looking for sales, you'll find them on the other side of the store. Oh no, she did you dirty like that? She's like, I can tell what kind of a shopper you are. You're gonna want to go to aisle 3 where the unwashed masses are. Is that the server with the guy from Slain? Feel sorry for the guy who marries her? Yeah. Oh, for crying out. Maybe she was just trying to be helpful. You don't know. Maybe she was like, you know. I get called transient all the time. It must be my long hair. Is transient like someone that zones out a lot? Because that's what that word sounds like to me. Like someone that's transient, they just kind of, they can kind of zone out in the middle of a conversation, which I do all the time. She was probably just trying to tell my poor ass to leave this. No, future. No. It's another world for a homeless person? It's another word for a homeless person? Oh, oh. I see. I see, I see, I see. Oh no, wait, I'm wrong. I think you're actually I think I'm right. Transient equals... Oh, Rini Rensen's transient equals homeless. I thought transient would mean like that person kind of transitions in and out of reality. Like they're not holding onto reality super tightly, so they just kind of zone out. Um, I zoned out in a lecture, then I noticed I was directly staring at the girl sitting beside me. That'll happen. You gotta be careful about your zone out trajectory. You gotta like make sure you're looking in a safe location when you're like zoning out. You don't want to be super weird. At that moment, I wished that the ground would have swallowed me. That's wild. That's wild. Lol. Redirect her to the clearance red tag sale. Um, no, it's a homeless guy. Nice. Yeah. Well, I found out now. I know. I think I would shock her if I had bragged about my credentials. I just feel like that's kind of like what salespeople will say things like that. Like I don't know that. I mean, maybe she judged you off of your clothing, and she was just like, "Oh no," you know. sir, you're gonna want to go to aisle whatever. But I don't know. It just seems like that's. I wasn't there. It's hard to say, but to me that kind of sounds like. To me, that kind of comes off as like that's kind of what salespeople say, kind of thing, right? Like, I don't know. I might be wrong, but that to me that wouldn't like my knee jerk reaction to that situation is that wasn't. What are your plans for Christmas? Oh, me? Well, pretty much same thing as what I'm doing today. Drawing and painting miniature models. It's not nothing too unusual. That's kind of, hey, you're killing it as usual. Thank you. I murder. I come out here and I slay. Thank you. Kent makes art. Thank you, man. Yeah, but my plans aren't. They're never exciting. I think it would chakra. Oh, I read that already. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna, you know me, I'm just gonna chill. Actually, I need to check my social media. I need to check. Find out. For the, there's this guy I follow. He posts, like, he has a microscope and he posts these like single-celled animals, or they're more than single-celled, I guess, but these microscopic creatures, and they're shockingly interesting for the love of the microscopic world that surrounds us. And to thank you, dear followers, for the amazing amount of likes. Yeah, the guy takes like pictures of like microscopic things, and that's the whole thing, and I like it a lot. I don't even own a microscope, and I kind of like. Alright, just had to make sure everything was intact on that front. I'll drop by on Christmas. I wish you a very sweet Christmas full of blessings. Oh, thank you. I'm just not a big celebrator of things. I just kind of exist, and I don't even really do. One time I found out it was my birthday because the cashier checked my ID for Burr, and then she was like, "Oh, happy birthday," and I'm like, "That's an interesting fact." But yeah, I'm not. You know, that should tell you that I'm just not a big. I'm not a big event guy. Like, I just kind of. What about your birthday? Well, I just told you that story. I just like I didn't even know it was my birthday, or like I knew I was like getting close to my birthday because it was like that month, but I didn't know no. So I was like I didn't know exactly what day it was. Are as it are most of, if not all holiday. It's just another day now to for me. Yeah, yeah. Nice cashier anyway. Yeah, it was nice. TF, you just say to me. Uh, yeah, I'm not a big celebrator of things. Uh, I try and help celebrate and gift my son, but that's about it. Yeah, I think like kids like that kind of stuff and stuff, but like if I had kids, I wouldn't be like nothing matters. It's just another day. But for me, that's how I am. I just don't care. Well, I don't really care what you think. I'm still telling you happy birthday, Merry Christmas. It's important people hear that. I heard it. Well, I read it. Thank you. Do you listen to Mario? Marino? I don't know what you're saying. What is a Marino? Um, but yeah, I remember Mario music. I was at the mall yesterday and this guy was trying on a jacket and he called his mom to get her opinion. I thought that was sweet. Bro, the cringe. No, I'm just kidding. I oh, ears. Come here, baby. Come here. Oh, yeah, baby. No, you can't leave. Um Oh, you guys, I think that was sweet. I'll say this much. I was the only female that noticed. He must be doing something right. How do you have 5 people watching but only 2 likes? What? A lack of commitment. Let me check. I don't know. Oh, I can insert an ad. Like right now? Oh, I inserted an ad on YouTube. That's crazy. You can just put an ad in there? I guess if I go on break, right, then I can like be like, oh, let me go to the bathroom and then just hit the ad button. That's kind of crazy. I kind of like that. I control YouTube. Dogs know. Dogs always know. I try and help celebrate. My dad was very anti-holiday growing up, but even with his attitude, when my mom and him were together, we had a good Christmas. Yeah, I think most men, like if you're living like a normal single life, you're pretty much gonna like all that stuff kind of you just don't do that stuff. It's just like extra, you know what I mean? I just want to kind of have I got my rails, I got my things that I do. You know what I mean? It's like I don't want to detract from, stuff I'm already doing. Dan Mario, guy from the Dolphins football team? No. I have no idea who he was talking about. Dog, no. Dogs always know. Okay, Reading Ren says, I watch all the time, I always like, but I don't always chat. Oh, thank you. No, I was just kidding. It's totally cool. I don't know why sometimes people just don't hit the like button. Did you guys just see a commercial when I hit that button? I guess I can like insert commercials like whenever. I've never seen that before. They must have I can delay ads too. Nice. I didn't know this stuff existed. This is news to me. Wow. I kind of like that. I have premium, 0 commercials. Oh, nice. Товарищ, здравствуй. Привет, привет. 07. Hi everyone, happy Friday. I try always like, no, I didn't see any commercial. That's weird because maybe you have premium too, because I hit commercial, like I guess I can manually tell it to do a commercial. I pay extra so I don't get any ads. Aren't I smug? I don't blame the people with the no ads. I get it. Ads are super annoying sometimes. Здравствуй, привет, 07. I'm definitely kind of going outside of my normal style, I feel like a little bit, as someone had pointed out, but I'm really enjoying kind of what's happening here. Where did my pencil? I think I'm liking this picture the more it goes on and things get a little fleshed out. I'm kind of really getting more into it. I'm so hungry, but these are hitting today. I might dish, but these aren't hitting today. Do you guys ever get that weird food itch you can't satisfy? All the time. Yeah. I probably should have downed a couple eggs before I started the stream because I had my like usual like meat that I didn't eat. I should have stuffed myself a little bit more. Have you watched Hiku? Wait. I hate how black hair dye stains my scalp. What the? I dyed my roots yesterday. Oh. I don't have premium either. Have you watched Haiku? No, I don't know what Haiku is. Anyway, nice. Carolina, that's interesting. I wonder how the ad thing works then. Maybe the ads has to be released somehow. If there is a push button or a timer, maybe. I thought on the stream, I thought the commercials would play automatically. Maybe I have to do it manually, but I don't want to hit you guys with too many ads. It looks very Tron-ish, Fifth Element, Lilu multipass. Yeah, I get it. Did anyone see an ad? I wonder. Me too, Yuri. You can have my eggs. They're still warm. Nice. Thank you. Ludo Goliath, hello. I'm wealthy in channel points. Thank you. Nice. Can I have €1 for each one of them? Yeah, I think that's a good trade. Let me let the dog out. He's standing by the door. I'm gonna let the dog out really quick. I'll be right back. Let's see. How do I hit you guys with an ad before I leave? Can I manually do it? I don't know how to do it on. I don't know how to do it on Twitch, but I'll do. Let me do a YouTube. I'm inserting an ad right now. You guys let me know if you see an ad. All right. One second. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Your boy's back. No ads here. Oh, I guess cats don't care. I love it. Nice. Nope, it's Kitty Sandwich now. Smart cat. My cat sneezed at my sandwich. Oh, you're still good. You're still good. I used to have this cat I would smother with kisses. He eventually grew up and started expecting kisses from everyone that would visit. I mean, he was so invasive. I've seen cats. Cats are kind of weird. They either kind of go one way or the other. Ew. Honestly, like, if it's a cat sneeze, I mean, cats. You know what I mean? Like, it's not. To me, that's not a big deal. I would still eat that sandwich, personally speaking. I need to find my. I don't get where my other brush went. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate the follows. Yeah, he was extra friendly and just yeah. Oh, sorry about the cats. Yeah, cats they have a tendency to kind of go one way or the other. They either become super antisocial, even if you smother them with kisses, or they go, you know, they're kind of finicky. That you don't. A cat is like a cat in the bag. Like you don't know what you're gonna get, kind of. Even as they transition from child to adult. That's why I'm kind of like. I feel like a dog is more predictable. They have kind of a more of a steady personality. Whereas like cats, they're just all over the place. He was extra friendly, and I just always needing kisses, so needy. I think this was a direct result of how I socialized with him as a kid. It's very possible. It's very possible. But I've heard of stories where people would hold this cat all the time, like always on their lap, and then that cat like didn't like that, and it like hated being touched. So, and that cat was never in a bad situation. They just like it needed its independence, I guess. I don't know. That's what I mean. Cats, you just don't know. My cat is watching the screen and she agrees with you, Yuri. I just hope that's getting counted as 2 views, not just 1. Cats don't want to take anyone's shit. Yeah, they're kind of more inclined for independence, I guess. And dogs are more of a pack animal, so it kind of makes sense that they're kind of. Cats year for independence. Cats are independent. They have their mood swings. Yeah, true. Yearn. Oh, yearn for yeah. They yearn for independent. Yeah, that's true. Not all, but yeah. Generally speaking, they're very inclined towards that. Dogs, once they know you'll you'll be you'll be always happy to see you. Once they know you, they'll always be happy to see you. Yeah, pretty much. Maybe I locked out low. My damn dog is cute, but she doesn't need kisses. Yeah. My dog, however, says you're full of crap. So, dog and cat are probably disagreeing on principle. I was just thinking about the cat sneeze. I forget. I didn't land the. I didn't think of the joke at the time, but I was gonna say like that's just like extra seasoning. You know what I mean? Like a little cat sneeze on your sandwich. I always I almost got my dog a matching hoodie last night. It was 45 though. What? What kind of money do you guys make? My dog he was born with a sweater on his body. He's fine. I passed. Chef's hoodie, bro. I mean, I like my pets, but I'm not buying them like exclusive sweaters. They need to have dog like they need to have designer clothes for dogs. That's what they need to do. You guys need to message me directly for movie night. I missed. Oh, I was watching the Game Awards. Don't worry, it wasn't anything to write home about. It was pretty lame. I didn't really like. I tapped out. I started painting my models, and because no one was showing up anyway, and it was boring, so I just muted myself and just kept it on in the background. And there wasn't anything too exciting. It was that Exodus 33 game or whatever won all the awards basically. Not that they don't deserve it, I'm just saying, like... Or Excalibur 33, I forget what it's called, but, yeah, I just posted in the Yap chat or what, or I thought if I had posted it in the announcements, it would ping people on Discord, but, yeah, Jipochi fell asleep too, so no one was there, but just me by myself watching and painting models. An award show? Yeah, it was the gaming award show, which I just thought it'd be, I was hoping for maybe like a Half-Life 3 reveal or something, but that would have been dope if Valve would have dropped that news. No Jiposhi, what's like meat without it? That's like meat without any dressing. Yeah, he like I said, he has a full job now, so it's kind of like it's hard to, you know what I mean? We rarely can watch anything together anymore. Who's your favorite artist? I would say my favorite artist is probably I like Gustav Dor a lot. I try to reflect a lot of that sort of like dark energy kind of that he had. I mean, he drew more like religiously themed artwork, but like that kind of the brooding kind of epic stuff. I really enjoy his his work. You know, there's probably a lot of artists I like. I just can't think of any off the top of my head. Aren't you excited for Miss Piggy? Oh, I did see Miss Piggy. Yeah, Miss Piggy was at that Game Awards show. I wonder what kind of money. I wonder what kind of strings they had to pull together to show up to an event like this. Miss Piggy, like the actual Miss Piggy. Oh yeah, the Miss Piggy. She was there. Where was she from original? Was she a? She was set the. Was she a Sesame Street character? Is that where her origins, her lore origins are from? It's amazing how some characters they just have the staying power culturally. Epic music. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's from the Warhammer. One of the Warhammer games. That's where that's from. I think it like I think it's it doesn't really fit this scenario. This is more like of a future dystopia, but I still really like the I still really enjoy it. So to me, it fits everything. But yeah, I'm very excited about my progress on the Warhammer units that I'm painting. It's sort of like I keep restarting this army because I keep finding like a better way to do something. So I've scrapped 3 units. They're inside of a some liquid that will strip the paint, and then I'm gonna restart them with airbrush because I was experimenting last night and I found a pretty convincing way to do it, and I have 1 unit that is basically like up to the standard of what I would find like the minimal acceptable standard kind of vibe, and so I want to get the whole army up to that. So, but it took me a lot of time just to kind of like get to that point, if that makes sense. Like, so I'm pretty excited about tonight because tonight is gonna be more of a fixing stuff and getting rid of the primer on those models. I don't think I'm gonna make a lot of headway tonight, but I'm still pretty stoked about. Now I know how to. I guess when I do the main Tau army, like the guys with the sort of the armor, I'm gonna have to make sure the paint. Like I didn't really care about the paint being a little bit off on some of the Groot units because they have skin, a lot of exposed skin, and skin tone is like I feel like they can be like slightly off. Some can be like lighter, darker, more yellowish. It's fine, but with like the plate armor, I have to be kind of careful with. I want to make sure that I'm in. I have a lot of consistent paint that I can use. 21 viewers. What the? Nice. But yeah, I need a lot of consistent paint for the whole Tau army, so they're not a shade off, right, on the plates of armor and stuff like that. So that's kind of where it's going to be kind of like more hard to do, but you know. So I think it's going to be, like I said, I'm the painting stuff. My understanding has, I stopped painting for a long time, and I kind of regressed a lot skill wise and stuff like that. It's a lot of it is mixing the paint too. It's kind of like getting the paint to be right, and then it looks different when it's in a little tub, and then when it's on the model, and then when it's dry and you see it in daylight the next day, it all looks different. So it takes out quite a bit of like experimentation to get it right. I can't recall if you airbrushed on stream. I have no. It's I haven't, basically. To the owner of the sedan Honda Civic, possibly 94 or 96 year, your lights are on. I repeat. I think my dream car would be, if I could buy like a brand new Toyota Corolla or something like that. Just a car that will just last forever, and you know, that's what I want, is like a off the shelf new car. I just want a car that won't give me issues. I forgot what year it was. I missed my Camry. It actually outlived me. Well, wait, you're still alive, so you don't know that yet, right? Unless you mean like the car is older than you. I got picked up on a warrant. I couldn't afford to get it out of the tow lot. I got picked up on a warrant. The police stopped me. Bro, tell me more about this. Unless it's really private, but I'm sort of really curious now about the warrant situation. Lol, well, I was driving home early morning from a friend's house. Okay. I was actually drunk. There you go. Okay. That'll do it. It does feel though like it's weird, like, you know, I've driven from people's houses like the next morning, but you probably have still enough alcohol to be legally over the limit sometimes. But it feels like you're not, right? Like it feels like, oh, it's the next day, I'm good. But your blood alcohol level might have been too high. So yeah. The police officer just took me for a warrant. Oh, but you also had a warrant for... No, so yeah, what? We gotta go back to the warrant. So you had warrants out for you. You were driving drunk. So this is a pretty good start. I'm really curious where this story's gonna go now. You know, some people have warrants they don't even know about. Well, 90 days later in jail. So you were definitely sober by then. Oh, you went to jail for 90 days? Is that like to wait for your court date, or God on Thanksgiving of all days, lol? Got out? How did they keep you... Like, what did they keep you in 90 days in for, though? That's like you served a sentence. That's like a quarter of the year, right? They had me in court right away. Okay. Bro, I'm so glad that I've never had this, like, being 90 days in jail kind of stuff in my life. Like, it sounds brutal. Like, because like when they let you out, let's say you live alone, you just went 3 months without paying your bills, your credit cards, like all that stuff is no one unless you got like if you're just living alone, no one's taking care of any of that. And now you got like now you got more problems when you get out because you haven't been outside. It was either pay some absurd amount of money and then sent up on probation, but the courts have what people call it, set you up for failed probation. Wait, so okay, so let me read that again. It was either pay some absurd amount of money. Isn't that weird how justice is hinged on how much money? Like you can go around justice if you just have the money. I hate that. That's and then set me up on probation. Okay, but the course have what people call it set you up to fail probation. Okay. I'm glad I've never been to jail, never even entered a police station. I've been to a police station. When I was a kid, when I was in middle school, I think, or something like that, I wanted to be a police officer. So I did peer jury. It's kind of like you're practicing being in the system, but for people your age. And I did it like 2 times, and I'm like, I'm good. It like actually kind of helped because I like lost the desire to be a police officer. Nothing against those people or whatever. I just realized it wasn't my cup of tea. I won't go into my cop story because it will destroy your image of good cops. I didn't say they were good cops. I said most of them are good, but some are not. Yeah, I have been straight and narrow since. I mean, that was when I was 21 years old. I'm 41 now. Oh, okay. Police are humans just like everyone else. There are good ones and bad. Yeah, I think like it's probably more closer to the 80-20 rule. You got like 80% that are following protocol, you know, generally doing kind of the right thing, and then you got 10 to 20% that are kind of on that gray spectrum. But that's just a human element. I don't think you're ever gonna get rid of that. Yeah, I never said that all police were good or anything like that. Yeah, I've always tried to stay away from the stuff that can get you into that into I'm sure it's easy. I'm sure it's easy to get into the system. You know what I mean? It doesn't take a lot, but I remember watching a documentary about a precinct in New York, and there was a large majority who were actually working with known crime syndicate. Very corrupt, yeah. I believe it. I believe it. Well, in Japan, I think after World War II, they had to restructure their police force, and they had to continually get rid of all the police officers in some places and completely restructure the entire department from the beginning, like literally like 7 times in a row. Like they just had to keep doing it because they kept having issues, and they had to like destroy it and pave over it and start over like over and over and over and over again before they stop doing the same thing. From what I understand, things like Yakuza and Triad are much less known nowadays. Maybe I'm wrong though. Oh no, it's that was during after World War II. The Yakuza they're very like capped down. The biker gangs that like still exist, they're very like a formality. They still got their uniform thing that they put on and they like ride around, but it's very like, I don't even think it's on a level of Hell's Angels or anything like that. Like they don't do crime basically. Like it's like you're there, like it's basically like a biker club now. You know what I mean? They keep the screws on tight over there with that stuff. 1%ers I think is known biker gang in Detroit here. Oh, nice. Yeah, I don't know too much about that lifestyle. I've never been part of the that. To me, it always seemed kind of silly. Like I feel like if you're gonna be a criminal and you're taking it seriously, oh wait, YouTube is frozen. What the? Let me reload that really quick. It looks like YouTube froze up on me. Hold on. Are we down on YouTube? Let me check something really quick. Let me make sure we're... Just gonna check really quick if we're still live on YouTube or not. I feel like... Did I drop off? It's still live. 2 watching. Hold on, let me turn that down really quick. It seems like on this computer I can't get the live stream back. Oh, there we go. I think we're back. I gotta give me 1 second, guys. I got technical issues. Pop out chat. Sorry, guys. My YouTube dropped off on this computer for some reason. Okay. Let me turn this off now. Okay, where were we at? I've always said this, and maybe I shouldn't say it because it's not a good idea because I don't want to create problems for myself. But I've always felt like if you're gonna be a criminal, you don't want to be on a motorcycle because you're not taking it seriously. You're doing it for aesthetics, right? They got their jackets and their patches and stuff. If you're really going to commit like crime, you want to be kind of secretive about it and stuff like that. Like I just feel like they're doing it mostly, they're doing it for themselves. Like they're living the life of like this nomad badass kind of thing. You're not really committing crime on a serious level. It's more of a, it's more for like it's like the fact that they show themselves openly doing it kind of knows that they're playing within the legal gray area of where the cops can't just pull it. Like if you lived in a society that wanted to solve that problem, right, they would just get pulled over and it would be taken care of like they did in that one country. I forget what there's that, I don't know, some country they killed everyone basically that was a drug dealer, right? That's how you would actually take care of it. So it's kind of like, it's not really a real thing. it's mostly like it's allowed to exist because society isn't willing to take care of it. I would like to avoid if possible. Yeah, we now have trained cats resolving technical issues. Right? Yeah. Uh, Jen, my dog has a Seahawk hoodie. Wait, I gotta get popcorn for this story. Yeah, no, that was a whole story, I guess. But yeah, I've always not wanted to be on the receiving end of the state's sort of um, legal system. Especially these days, we kind of have AI Capone in the Oh, future oil. That's political, bro. Rainy, that's so awesome. How cute. Do you like inking? Like no, I mean I've done like you mean like with like a Sharpie. You have a point. If you are flashy while doing crimes, then you're just advertising yourself to get arrested and go to jail. Well, I think that they it's like it's sort of like it's like they're doing it for like I'm not saying they're larping. They are committing crime and they are doing like violent things and selling drugs and violent things to each other. But it's sort of like I said, they are definitely functioning within the like the legal. It's kind of like one of those problems that could be solved, but just isn't because of like lack of. Uh, it's not like they're so badass the cops are afraid of them, right? It's like society just isn't like allowed to take care of it, so they're kind of like riding on the I'm a badass, but it's more like really wow, we're just not. It's kind of like you're with your, you know what I mean? It's like it's not logistically we can't. It's sort of that's how the rules have been set up to where like you're allowed to like kind of do this larping kind of crime where it's mostly for your emotions, like because like you're in a motorcycle, you're super vulnerable. It would be like super easy to take care of that. That's my opinion on it. I prefer to drawing with ink pen myself. I'll have to look that up. Nib pen. I do the what are they? You guys know what these are. The micron pens. One second, I gotta let the dog in. Slipknot fan. How's it hanging? It's been great. Seahawks and Rams play on the 18th, Rini. Are you tuning in? I love the Rams. To the left today. there's an HBO TV show about Yakuza. It seems they were more common in the 90s. Corruption still exists, though. More underground stuff like politicians, cops. Yeah, I'm sure it still exists on some level, but it's from what I was watching about them, like the motorcycle gangs in Japan have been like basically like they have to be very careful about even like kind of existing on any level. That's like those Sakura pens. I just use Eels. Come here, baby. I have a few here. Windsor and Newton has some of those. It's pretty cool. It's pretty good, lol. Winston and Newton. I mostly use the more traditional pen. Dwa. I need to get me a dog. It's a lot of I know they say it's a lot of responsibility, but like it really is. I love dogs, but it is a lot. Especially if you gotta pay for the shots and getting spayed and neutered. Yeah, I agree. My dogs are very old now. It's a headache when they get sick. One of my dogs had a stroke and she couldn't move one of her legs for days. This dog had that with his neck. One day he just like, I don't know, like his like, for a couple of weeks, his neck wouldn't move. And like his paw he couldn't raise his paw or walk and stuff, and it was just like, I was like I didn't know what, and then he was just fine later. It was like the craziest thing. Hate to see dogs in pain or sick. Yeah. Sketching Halo 4 runner tech, I see. No. Nope. My German Shepherd, she got really sick towards the end. I'm glad my mom took her in without me knowing. It's just more of a future dystopian city kind of scape. My German Shepherd, she got really sick towards the end. I'm glad my mom took her in without me knowing. Yeah, it's that's the thing is that the when the dogs get old and stuff, it's like it's really sad and you know. Watching the stream makes me want to stream too. I post short videos. Yeah, yeah. I just like to stream. Streaming can be a lot of fun if you get people that actually chat like here. Anytime I stream, it's just me turning away people trying to sell me graphics. Oh, yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's your first year in streaming is people trying to like sell you some service, or it's just straight up like spam, like yeah, them trying to sell you viewers or like banners and things of that nature. That's like the first like 6 to 8 months is like that's basically the only people you're chatting to. I respect the hustle though. Like it takes a lot to like show up to a stream and try to like sell something. You know what I mean? Like, uh, takes a lot. Like I tell them all the time. I'm like I respect the hustle. Like I admire that you're able to do that. Like and I mean people must be making some kind of money. There is a Nocturnal Mortem song White Tower. This art piece reminds me of that song. Nice. I almost wish they would just out and say it instead of conversing. Oh, I know. When they're trying to rope you into like, it's like I'm a big fan. Like yeah, it leads me on. It's rough, but I mean that's just what it is, you know. I get it. Like they're trying to make money. If I had the money to pay for that, believe me, I would be seeking. See, how do you know they're gonna do it? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. Have you ever seen those videos where students go up to the teachers and address them by their first name, like John or Claire? No, that would be awkward. I haven't, but I have done that to my mom. She gets mad and throws stuff at me. To me, part of the fun of a stream is having your own look and style. Yeah, I think, like I said, like, I've talked about this before, but the fun of streaming is that, like, you're turning this very isolating and activity into kind of a, you know, it's the only way to turn drawing into a multiplayer experience. And so I'm like, that's kind of what I'm looking for is that, you know what I mean? Like I want to chit chat with people while I draw. Sure, I could be more productive probably, right? If I just worked in silence and just focused, but I'm in no hurry since I'm not a professional artist. I'm just here to yap it up and kind of draw some cool stuff slowly or whatever. The teachers' faces after hearing their names are quite amusing, I bet. Slipknot, where you go being fancy again, saying quiet, perhaps. My IRL friend, his sister actually was pretty successful doing it. I'm not sure why she stopped. I don't know. Yeah, you'd have to find out. When I discovered Twitch some 5-8 years ago, I've been doing it on and off and on, and I enjoy chatting more than streaming. I enjoy chatting more than streaming myself. Right. My IRL friend, his sister actually was pretty successful doing it. I'm not sure why she stopped when she did get married recent. Well, she did get. Maybe honestly, like, maybe it's like, maybe like like when you expose yourself to the public, like you get like stalkers and stuff. Maybe she was just like, you know what I mean? Maybe it's like different for some people. Like they're just like, yeah, I don't want to. You know what I mean? Like. But it is hard. I would not like if I made enough money streaming, bro. It would be hard to go get like a real job after, because it is like it's nice to have your job like 3 feet away from before you sleep. You know, I don't know, but I can see like why some people wouldn't, especially like if you are successful, like not you have a handful of watchers. I'm saying like you have like you make enough to live, right? That would be that you're gonna get weird you know what I mean? You're gonna get weirdos, like finding where you live and stuff. You know, I'm sure it gets. I'm sure the negatives get amplified as your popularity expands, kind of thing. So it would be interesting to find out what the detail on that is. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's a multitude of complicated things that went into that decision to stop streaming. That's true, especially women, they get weirdos just by existing. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. Is women they live in a different existence. And it's not all sunshine and rainbows. A lot of it is weird notes stuck to your car, flowers, unwanted approaches. It's scary. It's definitely different. For men, it's mostly you mostly have you're mostly invisible, but there's benefits that come with that. You know what I mean? Like, lol, that's insane. Do viewers do that? No, but I have like 10. You know, my average viewers. You're mostly invisible. You're mostly invisible. True. Yeah, but I mean like for people who not for people who have 10 average viewers. I mean for somebody that's really popular. But I think like even like let's say PewDiePie, right? Who's a good-looking guy and is mega famous on the internet. Probably has never had anything happen to him in terms of like someone. I mean, maybe he has. I haven't followed his story, but he probably doesn't. You know what I mean? Like, hasn't dealt with like the same stuff a female streamer would deal with. Well, that one female streamer, she had that one guy freaked out on her at Twitch. Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I forget what the name of her is. But I know who you're. Some guy like basically came up to this girl at TwitchCon and like full on mouthed her, like kissed her on the mouth. It was, and it's crazy that like they're just out in the open. Crazy people can just come up to you. Yeah, guys who donate and they feel like they're entitled to a person and that's what I mean. Is that like, it's like I gave you $10. Go ahead and start dancing. Like, you need to dance for me, because you know what I mean. It's like, there was a guy who traveled to another stage just to set a car on fire, and the car was from a streamer. That's what I mean. Yeah, like you're opening yourself up to problems. And don't get me wrong. outside of that, streaming, like if you are making good money, like outside of sometimes your car being burnt down or being well assaulted outside of that, like it's pretty chill. I'm being generous. He's all right looking. I'm being generous too. I've been told by people that that I look like PewDiePie. I swear, I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. I've been told that I look like PewDiePie, like in my real life. They want to feel special, close to the person. Yeah, yeah. There's all kinds of weird. Um, are you ever recognized in real life? When I go see my parents and my friends and stuff. They know all about me. My dog recognizes me. No, you don't. He is not good looking. Um, I guess it's like one of those angle things. I don't know. Um, I can see like the longer face. You know what I mean? Like the long face kind of thing. But I actually don't think I look like PewDiePie. I actually don't think so. When I go see my yeah, I don't think I look like PewDiePie. But I see like it for you know what I mean. Like if you're like, I can kind of see it. Jen, check, yep. I can't even remember what he looks like. These natural reactions were good. Slippy, I'll go check them out. I guess you do a little. I can see it. I can see it. But yeah, like we were saying, the whole it is more. I think it is more dangerous. Like for female streamers, it's like I would get if you get popular, I would get security or something. You kind of remind me of that actor who played Van Gogh in Doctor Who. Hmm. I need to know who this is. I need to know if I need to be offended or not. I'm not sure if I'm upset. I'm not sure if I'm upset or not by that statement. Hold on. Actor who played Van Gogh in Doctor Who. Does anybody know? I need to know. Van Gogh in Doctor Who. I've never seen Doctor Who, so I don't know. I don't know what that even means. He's kind of got the pointy Anglo-Saxon nose. I can kind of see it, but like he looks like me as much as any other generic white person, I feel like. But I feel like I disagree because he's got like more of a pointy kind of I guess like if you turn him sideways and squint, yeah, it's fine. I'll take it. I'll take it. It's not the worst. When he goes, "Hey Judy," and she says, "Hey loser." It's one episode that they go back in time and find Van Gogh. It's a very emotional episode, especially when you're an artist. Oh, okay. This and Quinn OS has me interested. And Dwin OS has me interested. Sounds like it's made by X Windows devs. Is that a Endwin OS? Is that a Linux platform? I'm just sort of curious. Is that a Linux? I believe it is. Oh, okay, yeah. I got Linux on this machine right here in front of me. I actually really like Linux. I'm no expert. I've been like slowly figuring things out myself, but But I like the concept of Linux of having this kind of you know, I just all I know is I was trying to installed a program called Lact, and it caused my CPU to overheat because apparently the way it reads your GPU numbers, it calls for the read. Sometimes it glitches out and it calls for the read all the time, so it forces like half of your CPU's power to be used on that. And so my CPU was overheating reading my GPU because it was, to control the temperatures. Because when I first installed Linux Mint, I noticed my blades on the GPU were not working, and I'm like, uh-oh, like I need to get some airflow because I don't want it to overheat. So like my very first interaction with Linux was not good. Like, it was just like this problem, I'm trying to figure this out, and it's just like everything's kind of like not working. But once I got everything situated, I guess like I guess I needed to update my drivers on my video card in order for the fans to work, instead of downloading Lact. But the other thing is you can't just click on stuff and hit uninstall. You have to go into the terminal, and you gotta delete it from like 3 different places, and it was all very exciting. And I just like, once I got everything working on that machine, I haven't touched it since. It just works. But I'm going to delve more into Linux. It's kind of like Hannah Montana Linux? No, I got the Linux Mint. I believe it's the Cinnamon. I got the Cinnamon, whatever that means. The learning curve. I still haven't gone over the learning curve. I just chat GTP'd until I found the answer. I still haven't like fully grasped the whole concept of how its memory structure. Like, like I guess the memory works different. Like I for some reason I can't find one of my memory drives when like I install games on Steam. It'll show my 1 SSD, but then I can't find my 2 TB. But in other places, like when I go to my PC, I can find the 2 TB, but I don't see it when I download games from Steam, and I don't know why that happens, right? So there's just like little nuances. It's not like the end of the world. But it's kind of like it is kind of like driving. You're driving your car manually. Your computer. You bought a manual car, and that's what it feels like to operate Linux. It's like everything is, I'm sure part of it too is because I'm so used to Windows that it's like the little tiny nuances that you know how to navigate around, you just don't know how to do, because everything you do on Linux is through the terminal, right? So, I know they added a lot of GUI stuff for the Microsoft users, which I appreciate. It helped me a lot in the beginning. I forgot about AI. Yeah, learning now is probably easier than... Bro, it's super easy. You find a couple videos, you find, you'll find your answer. ChatGPT is actually really good at that. That is one thing I'll say. Like, ChatGPT is, like, really good for, like, this isn't working. What can I do to troubleshoot it? And then you just keep rabbit holing, and then, like, eventually it just circles back. It finds the right solution. Well, I remember when I was trying to make a flash drive to reinstall Windows, and it wasn't as simple as just getting a Rufus, because Linux uses a whole new file architecture than Windows. Yeah, I had to convert my USB to a one that can... I had to do something. I forget what it was, but you can't just throw Linux on there. You have to, like, turn the USB into... I think it was Rufus, though. I used something like that. And then I threw Linux on there, but it wasn't like you drag Linux into your USB. Like, it wasn't as simple as that. You have to have some technical knowledge, which I already forgot, like, how I did it. But I know I have Linux on one of those USBs. It sometimes starts making stuff up. It does. Yeah, it does. Or just running with the wrong premise you gave it instead of steering you in the correct direction. You know what? Yeah, that is one thing that it does a really good job in. And by good, I mean bad, because it's like, if you don't phrase things correctly, sometimes it will not understand the context of what you're saying. It'll just keep rabbit holing you in the wrong direction. And you're like, no, it's this. And you have to keep being like, no, it's not like that. Go stop misunderstanding. So that is kind of annoying, but overall, like, you can have zero technical knowledge, because that's where I'm at, basically. Like, I'm a very cash compute user. I just want things to work. So for me to be using Linux on some level is like kind of a big step. Yeah, because I have such limited space, I really don't want to dual boot two different OSs. I think I still have Windows on the thing, but I don't dual boot. I told it to boot this only, and now it only boots Linux. You mean in order to learn? Yeah. I think I think I do mean that. Well, for instance, I have USB game controllers. In Windows, it's literally just plug and play. With Linux, I had to use a script, really. Well, if it wasn't for League of Headache, I would just go and change to Linux. But that game, I do play. That was my difficulty initially, was that I wanted Linux, but part of like the business I'm working with, some of the software they use requires Microsoft, and they're on that software, so it's really hard to get them to switch over to Linux, right? So it's kind of like I have to kind of keep one of my machines on Windows in order to be able to function, right? And I just kept the work computer on Windows, and that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Yeah, in League you actually need to change TPM settings in BIOS, otherwise you can't play. I had to do that for Battlefield 6, and from what I understand, it won't work at all with Linux now. Yeah, you have to turn that chip off. The TPM chip, I think it has to be off because it connects your computer. Oh, really? So other games do that now too? Yeah, Battlefield 6, Call of Duty does it. But you really, man, the issue is too, is like if your computer has the TPM chip activated, that's like you're giving them kernel, like basically if you download, like, say, Battlefield 6, you're trusting that Sony or whatever game company that you're using, you're trusting them to, with like they have kernel level access to your computer. They have full control. They can see anything your computer is doing, and to me that's like bonkers beyond belief. So I have a dedicated machine for like Call of Duty. Not to sound like I'm rich, but it's just like you just can't. It just I don't know. I'm just like, that's too crazy, man. Like. And the other issue is, this is more conspiratorial. Let me put on my tinfoil hat for a second. Guess what the TPM chip that monitors your whole computer didn't solve? Hackers. So they're not focusing on the hackers. They didn't solve that issue. They are, however, looking into your computer. They're doing that for sure. Not like individually, like looking through your files. I'm just saying that information is being recorded somewhere, somehow, and you're just hoping that you're just rolling the dice that nothing will happen. They're not going to have a disgruntled employee or get hacked. And then you're not just getting hacked on like like your credit card information got stolen. It's like you're just, if anything were to happen with EA or whoever, like you're gone. Like you're all your information is just like out there, down to the ones and zeros. I only play through cloud gaming. Is that where you're streaming the game to your computer? Is that what that means? I don't know what cloud gaming is. I only play. Gaming is so expensive now. It can be like any other hobby. I think gaming is, if you're waiting for sales. Like the other day, I saw like the Lego collection go on sale, and they were selling the $50 Lego games for like $2. And I didn't end up picking anything up. But I think gaming. I think like it can be an extremely cheap hobby with Steam, and if you're like picking up games on sale and stuff. But if you need the latest and greatest and you're buying the AAAs, then yeah. Did you guys hear about the RAM prices getting super expensive too? I haven't built a computer in quite a while, but I heard, I guess like right now 32 gigabytes of RAM is like $700 or it's like something bonkers like that. It's like what a computer used to, like a gaming computer used to be like $700. Now it's just the RAM is like in that kind of crazy territory. I'm poor, so I mostly play what is free, or if I divide the price for 12 months. But I mean, like you can pick up, let's say you're poor, right? Let's say you are poor, but then like you can pick up Fallout 3 or 4 for like a couple bucks on a Steam sale occasionally, right? If you're keeping track of that stuff, if you got a computer, you know what I mean, you're not gonna be in the latest and like you're not gonna be buying the new titles that, you know, you're gonna be waiting for sales. But there's a lot of really fantastic games out there. They're like, you know, 15 years old, but they're still really great experiences that are, you know, they just charge a couple dollars sometimes, you know. Micron leaving the market now to only sell for OpenAI. Oh yeah, they're like, we're done selling to the poors. We're just straight manufacturing for them. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. Wasn't the RAM prices issue the result of Bitcoin mining? No, the Bitcoin mining has largely, that's become that's like for the old timers. That was the GPU prices. All right, let's get that straight. The GPU prices, that was a different issue. But the RAM prices are because of, like, I guess that's what the AI thing needs, is like the RAM. But yeah. But yeah, ever since the but you know, I don't know. It's kind of bonkers how expensive things have gotten. You can't even build a mid-level computer without like $1,500 now. But on the plus side, I think that demand will. I guess this is like maybe it's the propaganda. Maybe it's the propaganda that I've been brainwashed with, but demand will eventually. Demand produces more, right? So when we're living in cities like this in the future, things will be better. There'll be so much RAM, they'll be making houses out of them. Oh, my bad. Nice. Micron, read that already. I've seen a few more of those teacher videos, and some are totally staged, with them acting over the top and angry. Yeah, yeah. I've seen one funny video with, like, this is teacher related, is like the teacher and the student had an agreement that the teacher pretended to break the student's phone. So like they did like the whole give me your phone thing, and then they pulled out a different phone and broke it on the floor. It would be a good intimidation tactic. Like, you know, you're not messing around with your phone after that. Like, if you genuinely believe that they're gonna break your phone on the floor. Ultramarine is another good-looking Linux distro, newer one. Anyway, they called it Ultramarine. Nice. I think it's of the Fedora variety. I just hope I'm at the stage of like, I just hope nothing breaks that I have. I have reasonably nice computers that I bought a couple of years back. I still like they were pretty heavy like back in the day. They were like gaming computers, and I can still squeeze knowing me. I can squeeze another 10 years out of these things. You know what I mean? Like I don't usually replay stuff unless like it gets to the point where I can't do anything with them. Mm-hmm. I have a laptop from 2016 which is working by pure willpower. That's the other thing is a lot of technology. I feel like after a certain year, it got fast enough. If you drop Linux on that thing, you're gonna get another 10 years out of that, bro. Like technology just kind of goes on forever now. Especially if you're just using that computer for like normal stuff. You're not making, you're not using like, you're not editing on it. I don't know. I feel like computers now they kind of last forever. Well, you and me both, maybe even older than that. I've done so much work on my Aces, I don't plan on ever getting rid of it. Mine is an Intel Pentium 4 GB RAM. Nice. I replaced the motherboard and other parts in it. Wait, don't you think once you have replaced the motherboard, don't you feel like that's a different computer now, kind of? Like I feel like that's like when you say like what is a computer, right? Like once you replace the motherboard, I feel like it's now a different. Even if you kept the case, you weren't lying that that's what sold me on Linux in the first place. Yeah. Hello, Homeskillers. Hey, we are back to normal. We are back to normal talk. I feel like we've been normal talking, right? Not so much, but I will say when I added more RAM to it, it did run noticeably better. Nice. More of my Dells, all that integrated Intel graphics. That's my laptop with dedicated graphics. Lol, no, ASUS is it's a Lenovo. ASUS isn't anything special. It does have some model of NVIDIA in it. NVIDIA GeForce GT 640M Intel HD 4000. It does need a new keyboard, don't we all? My keyboard has got a button that's like stuck. Not stuck, but it's well, actually my mouse too. And I'm not sure if it's because I spilled something on it or if it's just giving out finally, you know. It's one of those situations. I'll let my friend borrow one of my laptops. I especially told him to keep an eye on it with his kids. Sure enough, when he gave it back, it was busted. Well, the keyboard was. Yeah, borrowing things, it's like, yeah. Missing different keys. I ought to give them a call. I wonder how they are these days. His son is autistic. I gave him my 360. He loves to play video games. I used to have a 360. I kind of regret giving away the. Well, not giving it away. Well, yeah, I did give it away too. Goodwill, but I kind of wish I had my 360 again. More as like a retro console kind of a thing. I took a Tylenol. I'm in funny mood because I'm sore. My shoulder hurts. This time I've never taken a Tylenol, honestly. I love that system, especially with the Game Pass. Yeah, 360 was like a really good era for Microsoft. The original Xbox, I think, was even it was even more better. Like it was even like kind of edgier, I think. 360 was still really strong, and then like maybe it's because I was really young too. Maybe that's why my perception of the original Xbox was so strong. Because I love the whole vibe of it, and like the graphics when you turn it on and stuff. I love playing Halo with them. Yeah, yeah. Panzer Dragoon Autumn. Well, since Sega left the hardware market, they showed a lot of support to Microsoft. I still need to play that. Panzer Dragoon. I don't think I know what that is. Jen says, "Who's autistic?" That's my favorite community. This guy's friend's son that I'm talking to on Twitch. Also me a little bit. He wasn't on rail shooter. It wasn't on rail shooter Sega. Halo is a good game. Speaking of Halo, this Halo painter guy gave me his card. Halo painter guy? Panzer Dragoon Saga is going upwards of 1,500 on eBay now. What? Yeah, some of those games got crazy expensive. I'm not a game collector. I'm not like really into any of that stuff. But if I was, I think right now buying the original like Xbox. I think buying the original like Xbox games right now, maybe 360 games, they're very cheap to buy. They're just like $5 to $9 at GameStop right now. I think if you were gonna buy like a bunch of inexpensive hardware, software like discs, I think the way to go would be like the Xbox games. I think within the next 10-15 years, they're gonna be, some of them are gonna pop, and you're gonna make a lot of money on it. But like, I just don't want junk in my house. You know, I'm just not into that kind of thing. I'd rather just not do that. But like I said, I think having my 360 around just to power on once in a while and just kind of like feel the nostalgia and stuff would be nice. But like I said, I kind of don't hold on to stuff. I kind of get rid of stuff after a while, you know. Sold mine for 200 and I thought I made bank off that. Bro. Well, that's the thing. You never know, right? Like, you never know how the cookie's gonna crumble. You might have some piece of junk in your basement right now that your grandfather left and you hate. And then that's gonna end up, you know, maybe going up in price. Who knows? Yeah, my PC are plenty of enough. I play my Saturn every once in a while. Oh, I know you are, Yuri. I'm just kidding. No, I think I do have maybe just a touch of autism. I can't prove it. I've never been like tested for it, but maybe a little bit. You know what I mean? I never bought video games with the intention to sell them, but things happened and I needed money. Who did you sell it to? Like, how do you guys sell games? Do you mean like on eBay? I did it over eBay. Yeah, I have some stuff I need to sell that I bought in the past. I just need to get rid of it. I need to like do the eBay thing. Growing up, I would trade to Fun Coland. Well, now GameStop. But GameStop kind of gives you peanuts though, right? They'll give you like five. Like if you want like not. I don't even know if our GameStop locally is still open. I think that might be closed too now. Do you know who Ellen Lee? You might like his art. I know Jim Lee. He rated me once. I still talk about it to this day. No, I don't know who Ellen Lee is. Jim Lee is great. I love his work. Yeah, isn't it crazy? Sometimes he'll stream on Twitch, and then he'll rate somebody, and I was lucky enough one day to get rated by him. And yeah, I didn't know anything about him or anything, you know. But yeah, great stuff. Ellen Lee guy does do good work. Ellen Lee made art for the Lord of the Rings. I love his style. Oh, then I know who you're. I think I know who you're talking about. Ellen Lee. Let me punch that into the Google machine really quick. Ellen Lee. Yeah, I've yeah. People have mentioned him before. I just keep forgetting his name. Hold on. Yeah, his stuff is great. That's crazy. How much of the vision of that universe is sort of shown by him? I think that's crazy. What a great movie. That the trilogy of the Lord of the Rings. It's just like it's like the you only really get a movie like that like once every 10 years maybe, like a Lord of the Rings or a Matrix. And that's another one of my things I like to complain about on here is the how the Matrix has dropped off. I would love to see that come back. Even if it was like kind of just more Matrix stories, I would still really enjoy having like just Matrix content. Geiger is one of my favorite artists. I do like his stuff. The brand Triptychon, I think, uses Geiger for album covers. How can they use this stuff? Like, do they buy the rights to it, or how do they do that? Triptychon is a newer band from Ashes of Celtic Frost. Noise. That sounds super hard too. Ashes of Celtic. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Kind of do know Gothic metal. Kind of don't know Gothic metal. Who is that Paul G Warrior? He also made a customized guitar and microphone. I actually like Triptychon, and I can't much get into Celtic Frost that much. I've never even heard of these bands. It's kind of like what you're listening to now, but angrier, with Celtic guitars. I do like kind of like some of the folky metal kind of stuff. There was like this kind of like I don't know. I never remember the names of any bands. First Transit, welcome man. How's it going? Morning. It is 2 p.m. Just about. But morning. How's it going over there? Just drawing some cities. I'm actually starting to like this picture more and more as it kind of develops. I'm starting to see the vision. Usually like when I draw like this, it kind of I draw myself into like a pickle. But I kind of like, I think because I kept this sort of simple and it's sort of like just this I'm not trying to draw some super genius thing, like it's just kind of a straightforward city futuristic thing. It's kind of like not going off the rails because of that, so I'm really enjoying that process right now. You're an hour behind me. If I'm an hour behind you, so you're at 3, which means you're what's to the right of Illinois? Kind of closer to New York, maybe? I don't know. You're right of. If I knew my geography, if I knew where anything was, I'd be able to tell you. I'd be able to guess more accurately. But you're to the right of me. Ohio, Indiana, and I'm in Michigan. There we go. There we go. Thank you for the little pig emoji on Kick. The drawing in Kick looks better, darker. Let me check that out. I had distant family that used to live in Illinois. They say we're the worst state in the country. Like, we're the most corrupt and we're just the worst. I believe it. The picture looks great. I have to take off. I'm just not feeling today. Need to wake up. I need to wake up. You're not feeling it. All right, Jen. Well, I appreciate your hanging out. And I wish you the best. We'll hopefully see you next time. I actually met a girl from AOL back in the day. I took a bus out to see her. That wasn't awkward for anyone, though. Bro, I don't know if I would do that. I don't know. That seems, to me, that seems crazy. But I get it. I kind of get it, but well, back then things were different. Back then things were now if you meet a girl on AOL or anything, it's most likely an AI or a dude. Stayed at her dorm. She was in university. We connected because we both would go to music festival. True. Yeah. You can't trust that anything's real anymore. There's videos online that I was looking at, like they're looking really realistic, the AI videos. Every female I meet online today, they all insist on talking through a third party chat app, like WhatsApp. Yeah, what is there a thing to that? Like, why do they want to do that? Is there like a reason why they're doing that, or like what is the purpose of a cell phone if nobody uses it for calls or? I had the opposite. I had a girl hit me up, and then she was like, "Here's my number." Almost like she didn't want to like converse over like Facebook. Like she's like, "None, like just like scoot this combo over here kind of thing." And I was like, all right. I have no idea why, because they all work the same routine like that. I don't know, I don't know. Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, I just don't get it. I'm not sure what the strategy on that is, or like what the grand kind of vision for that is. I just talk on whatever platform. I just try to keep it pretty clean though. You know what I mean? Like you got to realize like anything you're putting on the internet, it's like it's just available now. Now that I'm 41, I just accept that I will probably remain single for the rest of my life. You know, well, you could still get an AI. I mean, you can. Have you tried the AI girlfriend thing? I'm kind of the same though. Like, I just don't have the. It's like it's just a lot of work. You know what I mean? You gotta like. I don't know. It's just easier to kind of chill and unless my son's mom wants to work out things, she's the only person I could think of being with. It just sounds like a lot of work, you know. You ever like get social and then you go to a party and then halfway through your social meter runs to zero? I kind of that's kind of like how I think of it. I'm just like, what if I get tired of this and then like I'm in too deep and I'm just like I want to go back home now. Like I'm out. That's why I'm kind of like I'm good. I don't know. I mean, if I'm being honest, I have nothing really to offer. Same, yeah. Liquid Courage worked in my 20s, not anymore. I'm sure you got plenty to offer. Your heart, your, commitment, or, this I'm not sure what I'm doing with right here. Um, I'm I'm kind of experimenting with the fog thing. There's going to be a lot of iterating here, so don't judge me too harshly. I'm kind of I kind of don't know what's happening right now. I mean, I read those series of women on X, and they wrote out what they expect from a man. I never felt more hopeless in my life. Oh yeah, it's over. It's over. No, I mean I'm sure it's not like that for all women, but yeah, yeah. If you read those, then yeah, it was over before it began. If you don't have, what is it like? The minimum now is like 6'2", six pack, and six figures. That's the bare minimum entry. It's like must be taller than 6'5", have two houses, etc., etc. Well, that's to get you. That's to get you in the door. That's to get your foot in the door. Yeah. I mean, I don't blame him. Like, I get it. Like, I also like would like if I, you know what I mean. Like, I kind of get it. I mean, are they find? Are people like finding? You know what I mean? Is anyone finding these like unicorns? Like these unicorns? Listen, all I'm gonna say is you guys need to invest in whatever companies that are catering to cats. Like, just no, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But seriously, like buy cat stuff. Like whatever company is making cat products, like buy stocks in that company. There's gonna be a lot of that happening. Well, my stepdad doesn't work, and he's married to my mom, and she works full. Dude, that's what I'm looking. See, that's what I'm saying. We're all looking for the unicorn. I want to paint miniature models while somebody else works. Man, he's got it good. There's some hope for. That's what I'm saying for some guys. That's what I'm praying for. Some people want to do that. Some people want to go out there and work and take over the world. I'm like, go. It's fine. I'm good. Heavy for both of them because he is a good guy. I'm a good guy, and my mom does deserve to be happy for that dude. All right, so I'm looking for this is gonna I'm gonna lay out my unrealistic like minimum. Good looking, young, aspires to work hard, like and you know has money. Like, what are you bringing to the table? Like all these things, right? Like, I believe I should be happy. I mean, they are real. I mean, they are realistic expectations. Nice. I'm standing up to I'm standing against all these people that are saying that like we need to go back to traditionalism. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying like we haven't pushed it far enough. I think, hear me out. Only women should work. Hear me. I'm just putting this out there. I stay at home. I'm just putting new idea. I'm just like I say instead of doing this whole, you know, women in the kitchen. Like I'm done with that. Like I don't want that. I want I stay at home and only women work. They're great. They're doing great. Gonna be able to support each other and most of all yourself. Yeah, I can do 20 hours a week. I can work like 20 hours a week. I can pull my fair share. Am I right though? Like, isn't that what we were fighting for? That's well, that is strange. When my mom and dad were still married, my dad would not let my mom work because he would get jealous. I won't get jealous. I won't get jealous. Mm-mm. My goal, my only criteria is I do not want an alarm clock in my life. Just free me from the alarm clock life, and you can go conquer the world. I don't go do all that. I don't care. Yeah, they divorced when I was just finishing the 3rd grade. That's pretty brutal. That's the other thing that scares me. Like once you got a kid, you kind of can't like now even if it's terrible or whatever, like you gotta like stick it out for the kid so he gets like a, you know, I feel like it's probably, you know, better to not get a divorce when someone's 3. That's kind of, that's the other side of it. Is like once you've spawned another human being into this existence, will you cook, clean, and take care of the rest? Okay, I will cook. Why do you gotta put me in a corner like that, Carolina? Why can't I just live my best life? I guess I would have to, right? I will cook and clean. I mean I clean my house. My house is clean. Like I swear to God, like I keep a pretty tidy like kitchen area and stuff. I clean about 40 minutes to an hour every day. I think like you know what I mean? Like I can like if I had a kid, like I can like get up and put the next DVD in, and you know what I mean? You know, I'm just kidding. It was that Bill Burr joke. It's like how hard is it to like put another DVD in there, right, when you're watching a kid? No, I'm just kidding. I'm sure there's a lot more to it than that. I'm trying to be fair. Clean and take care of the rest. Yeah, I can do it. I can do that. I can mow the lawn and whatever and clean and stuff. Um, dude, mowing the grass is like super easy. It's like kind of fun, especially in like modern times when you put your hearing plugs in and you're like just listening to a podcast and you got like a self-driving motor. It's not like it used to be. It can be cathartic. I kind of enjoy mowing the grass sometimes. You're getting married again? Yeah, I'm getting married again. Um, no, listen, I'm open to marriage, but I'm just looking for a more modern version because I'm not looking. I'm good. I'm good off of the. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. I'm not. I was never married. We were kidding them. It was it was an inside joke that I'm married to Jeanette. Oh yeah, no, never did the marriage. I think I would be a great stay-at-home father. No one can outstay at home. I never get tired of it. I love it. And I've always been this way since I was a kid. So I know I'm not on the wrong path. With kids, hate to break it to you, but you will have to go out for a lot of things. Hmm. Hmm. Like what? They can come with. I'll just have one kid. They're very inconvenient. Oh, at very inconvenient hours? I don't know. I don't know. So you're saying it's you're saying there's more to it than owning a dog? Because I've owned Aries for a while and it's pretty easy. We just hang out, right? Like school meetings. They just won't go to school. Doctor visits. Nope. No, I'm just kidding. Dental appointments. Dealing with these people cross-examining you as a parent, just to name a few. Just do the Amish thing. Just do the Amish thing. You know what I mean? The other thing is like, what if you get a crazy kid, right? Like, you know, there's like a lot of kids that are doing crazy stuff, and I feel like in the past it was easier to be Amish. Can you join the Amish? No, I'm just gonna start my own thing. Cross-examining in what way? I'm curious. Do you mean like the teachers are like, we found a bruise on your kid, you wanna explain that, like that kind of thing, or? That's the thing too, is like now I feel like in the past it was easier to have kids because you didn't have the internet, so they were only you just had to make sure your kid didn't go hang out with that kid, right? Like you didn't like that family, you're just like, hey, don't hang out, don't bring that kid over here. That's all you had to do, and they were pretty much inundated with like the culture that sort of surrounds you, so you knew about what the product was going to be. Now they can get online and they could become a furry or worse. Like, I'm just kidding, just kidding. Sorry, it's too easy to make fun of those people, but not those people. Sorry, but like now you don't know. They could just find a rabbit hole and become like bonkers insane inside of your house from their bedroom, right? You have to like know how to make sure they don't become crazy kids, and they're gonna find a way to get that information. Don't the Amish make Ezekiel bread? I love that bread. There you go. Yeah, my kids will make bread. They'll just be like really good at bread making and stuff. That too, yes, but every time you meet a doctor or have a school conference call, you literally meet with a teacher, social worker, all sorts of people. Every time you meet a doctor or a school conference call. That sounds crazy. I don't know, yeah. I don't know. That doesn't sound like my cup of tea. You're describing like what seems like a nightmare. My cousin in Australia says she doesn't want to get pets because you can go to jail for simple neglect as opposed to my country. Wait, what? You can go to jail for simple neglect as opposed to my country? What do you what can you give me an example of what simple neglect is? It's just simple neglect. Like, is it one of those things where they catch you on a technicality and you're going to jail? Or, like, because you shouldn't neglect. I feel like if you're neglecting... It just depends what that word means, because, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean by that? You'll meet large groups of people who sort of interrogate you. You'll meet large groups of people who sort of interrogate you. What? I don't get it. Like if you feed it too much and the dog becomes obese or something. Here's a trick to that. Dogs, are biologically carnivores. If you feed them, and I know this is comedically expensive, but if you feed them red meat, they won't get too fat. But Foros, don't worry, you get used to it. I don't even know, like, I don't remember my parents dealing with any of that. I remember having the same green t-shirt and a pair of jeans, like, all through high school. Like, they spent, I've talked about this before, but I must have been the least expensive kid to raise. Because other than my weird interests, like in art and computers, like, and by the way, the computer I had was gifted to me by my neighbor, and like my parents never spent any kind of money, and I didn't complain. I was fine with it. Like I knew we were poor, so I didn't even ask. I'm like, but it's like I don't. But I'm just not sure that what you're saying is like not. It's like, you know, I'm sure experience may differ, kind of thing. You know. I don't know. I know people who have homeschooled a brood of kids, a brood of them, inside of a house, homeschooled. None of what you're describing is their reality. I'm not even sure they're vaccinated. I don't know. Not trying to spread lies or rumor. I'm not sure those kids have vaccinations. And, like, they're living a totally different existence to what you're describing and stuff like that. So, I'm not entirely, you know... Like I said, I'm down for marriage. But we need to move the bar of you know, I don't want to be the primary earner. I mean, and look, if I don't know, just seems awful. I mean, I've been my own primary earner my whole life. I hate it. It's awful. It's stressful. I mean, to be honest, I get you. I was poor too. My parents would probably lose custody in today's world. I don't know, man. I don't know. I know people who don't make a lot of money who have kids. I would have to talk to them. You're describing some kind of a nightmare. I have 4 other brothers and sisters, and even five of us. I find others now with up to 7, 8 kids in the family. Whoa. That's crazy. I have 4 other brothers and sisters, and even 5 of us. Find others now. Who's having 7, 8 kids? Because if you don't have insurance, that's the other thing. If you find yourself without insurance, like a full-time job, and if you impregnate or get impregnated, it's like, I think delivery for a baby is like $30,000-$40,000. It's like a nice car. To deliver a baby without insurance, like you're gonna be broke forever if that ends up happening to you. That you see what I'm saying? It's like it is kind of like your life can turn into a nightmare very quickly. Right now you're like 50K in debt. I don't want to scare you about it. Nah, dude, it's all right. Yeah, like that friend I was talking about earlier who has an autistic son. I think they have 6, 7 kids.
Bro, I could not. I could not do that. To me that I don't know. As an only child, to me 2 kids max, max, and 2 kids is like really pushing the. You know what I mean? Like 2 kids would be like that's if my wife started making really good money and she proved herself as a provider. I'm like, fine, okay, like we'll do it, but you need to help me with the cleaning after work. Wow, that's plenty. That is plenty. I mean, someone's got to repopulate the earth, right? And it's not. I'm not doing it. Well, I gotta say, all the people I know today, just here in Illinois, most only have 2 kids. A few have 3. Yeah, I think I don't know. It's expensive. It's hard. My older brother terrorized me as kids. That's common. Fortunately, my sisters were good to me. Yeah. That's the other thing, is that being an only child is not that bad. Sometimes when I hear stories like what you're describing, kind of like, I don't know that full story, right? But I'm just saying, like, sometimes, like, brothers, sisters, like, you know, they do the whole, like, oh, you're a weird kid if you're, like, alone kind of thing. Yeah, but, like, some of these brothers and sister situations are, like, very kind of questionable. You know what I mean? You just don't know what type of deal you're gonna get. Might be good, you might be tortured you might be terrorized, you might be like, you don't know. I'll take just playing by myself over being terrorized by my brothers, right? So I really have no idea what I'm doing with these clouds. I'm making things up right now, and I'm hoping that, like, with enough, if I just render it carefully enough, it'll just kind of look okay. I definitely wanted, like, some physical mist kind of, like, thing going on, and it's kind of looking okay, but you know, I wish it would look better, obviously, but it's kind of, I'm trying to add an element that I'm not comfortable with drawing, and we'll see where it goes. I remember my 2 brothers had a friend over. I was so excited. Getting home, I just bought a Pearl Jam castle tape. My dad found out. He actually ripped the tape from me and destroyed it in the garage with a sledgehammer. Why was he? I don't get why he was angry. Was it like money you were supposed to use? We were a very religious home. Oh, I thought you meant like maybe use your like lunch money for the cassette or something. I didn't know. Is Pearl Jam like not religious? I have no idea like who that. But that's brutal. Yeah, we couldn't do any secular music in the home. Oh, I gotcha. Yeah. Bro, I kind of locked out. My parents were like Soviet atheists. They were just like, it's entertainment. Like they had no. I'm glad I got in on a good time, because there were violent video games when I was a kid, but we didn't have the. You couldn't get on YouTube and watch people get dismembered by drones, right? So it wasn't quite as extreme, and we didn't know like I didn't know any like pornography didn't even exist in my mind, like it just didn't exist in that society. So like I was like kind of like I got in a good time where I got to like mature before things really went off the rails. Like now, you can't. I bet you're Catholic. No, lol, but funny enough, my dad is Catholic now. One quick horror story. Oh, thank God. One quick horror story. We had to take my son to get a check up for school. My oldest was about 3, and the 2-year-old was about 3 at the 2-year-old. Okay, and was not fluently able to speak. The normal doctor was unavailable. We went to see another doctor, and that effing doctor called my family service. Called family services on us because my kid's speech delay, and those people are not nice, made our lives hell, and eventually they stopped bothering us. So he took the speech delay thing as a sign that something's going on, and called some kind of family service thing. That is nightmarish. That is a nightmarish scenario. I'll admit, that's pretty bad. That's pretty brutal. That's terrible. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone can just say things, and then you have to deal with the repercussions. I mean, on one hand, I'm glad that some kind of a service exists, because what if there is, right? What if like something happens where like right, you notice something somewhere that you can't go deal with legally, but I guess it's good, you know, like, but yeah, that would be a nightmare. I would also not be a big fan of people being able to like kind of include themselves into my life like that because of hearsay. Oh, yeah, that is kind of weird. But you know, I'm sure sometimes they find real situations where, you know, I don't know. My family's Catholic. My family is chill, but looking back, my bro and I lived a good two shoes life. Maybe spending too much time with video games, but that's about it. Same here, yeah. Chill parents. They weren't religious at all, like at all. It was never even brought up. And then video games. A lot of time on video games. I think I got a pretty good deal, honestly. Like when you zoom the graph out, my life has been pretty chill, and I got a pretty good dice roll with the family stuff. Like, no one was like, there was no like abuse or anything like that. This is where I think the state and that should not interfere with family. True, but sometimes they do. I'm sure. I'm leaving the door open for it because sometimes they probably do find abuse victims, right? Where it's like, how else are you gonna deal with it? Like, I don't know, you know. My mom remained a loyal member of church, but she was much more lax about things. Yeah, I'm super chill, too. I always had the impression the more you remove people from things, the more they will not get into it. The more they will... The more you remove things, want to get it... Oh, like they'll want it more. Um, True. I think there's a truth to that. There is that a little bit, yeah. They showed up at my apartment with the cops. Like God said, don't eat the apple. He's like, that. The only thing I want you to do is don't eat the apple. And what did Eve do? She walked right over there and she ate that apple, right? Like, it's kind of the same thing with kids. Like, you know, they showed up at my apartment with the cops. I was like, what the? I said, we'll miss whatever. We have nothing to hide. What do you want? And then what happened? And then they came inside. You let them inside? I actually had to see those family services deal with that friends and his kids, especially because of his autistic son. Yeah, you are right. I want to hear the rest of the story. And then they came in, and then what happened? You don't have to tell me if it's whatever, but you know what I mean? I'm just... My cousin told a story before that her daughter was stabbed by a classmate on the head with a pencil. Obviously, principal stepped in, but we are worried that the kid might be exposed to violence and such to do such things. You know, looking back on it, like when you're an adult and you look back on your like school life, you know how fucked up like some of these kids were. Like you could definitely, like, looking back on it, you could pick like 3 kids who probably had a pretty brutal reality that they existed in at home. Like in hindsight, like at the time you didn't know, but like now it's like probably send some family services to that kid for sure. Yeah. Let her inside it. She was looking at my apartment where my son slept, just inspecting the whole place. All things are permitted, but not all things are a benefit. All things are permitted, but not all things build people up. Reminds me of that verse. All these visits happen for like 6 months. Really? Wow. Finally, the one thing they found at the end was the like a shell, like a bullet shell casing at the, on the. That would be crazy. Can you imagine like like they find something crazy like that? At the end was one of fire alarms needed batteries. I was like, what? Oh, they got, and then handcuffs, straight to jail. If you want to see some really weird, if you ever want to witness the weirdness of life, or like just the diversity of how people are, the best job you can get is install cable, become a cable technician, and do that job for like a year. You're gonna see wild stuff. Wild. Absolutely insane range of human like ability and just that job I didn't enjoy at all, like at all. So I do think it's messed up that complete strangers can call family services on people they don't like. I'm sure that happens. You know what I mean? Somebody just, yeah. I actually heard some neighbor, primary school kid, talking about Saw, and I was like, what is happening on these kids and how parents are monitoring their kids if they're exposed to torture porn? Yeah, I would say Saw, if I remember correctly, that isn't a movie that you show children. That probably is not a good idea. Yeah, my own nieces from my oldest brother, those girls will joke and talk about House of 1000 Corpses. They are under age of 12. I haven't seen that. I would have to see it. Because, like, I remember being younger. I'm not justifying that, but you know what I mean. I played fairly violent, you know, GTAs and all that kind of stuff when I was not 12, but like Mortal Kombat, you know what I mean, at that age and stuff. I mean, you know, because it's like when I was a kid, I wanted to like see that stuff. So I don't know. I'm conflicted because I don't wanna, you know, especially once you're like 13, 14 as a male, you want to see war movies and you want to see that kind of stuff. You like, I want to see it. I had a very wild imagination as a kid. Right, yeah, me too. You're right in that, like, it is dark. Like, what if you see a scene in the movie that just triggers something and you're like, I want to do that. That's what I want to do. You know what I mean? Like, and it's like what I meant with the internet. It's much different having kids now, because before you just had to make sure your kid didn't run into like the, you know, the local weird guy. But now, like, it's way, the dangers are just. We don't have a family services with the same capacity in your country, though the ones we have only separate families when there's abuse involved, crimes and blood, but not for simple bruises. Yeah. Coolio, where are you from? If you don't mind saying. You don't have to if it's like private. I'm just curious, like what countries are just like that. I got exposed to Mortal Kombat early on and I was scared for my life. I would say like I was pretty like, yeah, like I just loved it. I was like, this is great. I got some popsicles down in the cellar. I got them yeah, exactly. Yeah, you just had to. It was more simple back in the day. All those family services actually do separate families too, because I was under that threat the whole time. I had to prove I was a good parent to those strangers. I'm Filipino, dude. Same with Japochi. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Video games never fazed me, but some movies did as a kid. I will say I think the only movies that really traumatized me, or I felt like were near trauma, is like those in the 80s. There was like a lot of doll murder movies where like you had like Chucky and like little critters, kind of like movies where you would watch people get murdered by like dolls and stuff, and I was like, that got to me, that got in my brain. I still don't like large dolls you see at old people's houses. I'm like, bro, get the thing away from me. You know, like that's the one thing where I was like, I was like, you also think about the people that wanted to. It's like who wanted to make these films with like these little weird dolls like murdering people? It's just like, it's so strange. I actually believed it was already. That's the thing. When you're really young, you kind of don't understand the context of what's happening. Like, I didn't think it was real, but every time I would watch it, it was like, it was too, you know what I mean? It was just like too much. Scared the shit out of me. Only because exaggerated notoriety around it. Oh, the Faces of Death. Yeah, I didn't see that one. Like, I definitely saw RoboCop, because I remember, you guys remember how violent RoboCop was? I watched that before I came to America. So I did okay. So I definitely saw that movie before I was 9. To be fair, that was just on television. But that movie's comedically violent, right? And I definitely saw that around the age of 9, because I remember I saw it before I came to America, and I came here when I was 9. So oops, that one slipped through. But it did make me love, RoboCop. That was actually pretty gory for an, yeah, dude. I'm not gonna lie though, that movie I just love. But you're right, like that. I shouldn't have had access to that movie. See, my dad would watch some violent stuff with me, like Clint Eastwood, and even Highlander. We went and saw Demolition Man in theaters. Thank you for the follow. But yeah, I think like, I don't know. I think like, I don't think I got messed up by RoboCop, but yeah, I don't know. I think 9 was a little early. But I think once you're like 12, 13, 14, I think you kind of, as a male, you kind of like want to see that stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I was like, bro, like, I was into it. Like, what can we settle? Like, can we say like 14 years old is good for RoboCop? I think that, because like 14, like that's kind of, I would buy the action figures. I think I had a RoboCop action figure when I think I'm pretty sure I did. I'm more scared of the old Superman movie where a victim got turned into a cyborg in order to fight Superman. Hellraiser movies are pretty rough. I remember as a younger seeing them, especially the first one. I agree. I think the Hellraiser movies are completely unhinged for a younger person. Like completely like those are like just insanity kind of. You open the box. Yeah, I don't even, honestly, I've only seen like one of them once. I was never like a huge fan of those. But I couldn't even tell you like what the thing is, but like I remember being like, yo, this is like next level nightmare stuff. I think most of the famous films are 13 plus or PG, but Saw series are R18, I believe. Yeah. I don't know. I think I would let a 14-year-old watch RoboCop. I think that's where, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty okay. I don't know. I went to see the first Saw in theaters with my cousin and his friend. I was bored to tears with it. those later ones did leave a bad taste in my mouth. Same with Ellie Roth movies. Honestly, I only saw like one of the Saw movie, or yeah, the Saw movies or whatever. I was never a big horror fan guy. Like I like war movies and like action movies, like RoboCop or Terminator. I was never like really into like horror. It was never like my thing. I'm more of like action violence, just gore for the sake of gore, no substance or morals at all. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. Like, I want there to be a little bit of meat on the bones. Like, there's got to be a reason why, you know. Let's see, guys. I want to show you guys my Groot. I know I showed this in the beginning, but I'm going to show it now because we are. This is my Groot that I've been painting for a friend, and I'm just going to show him one more time. And I think he's coming out really well. I use the airbrush for the primary color, and then I use highlights on the skin to like bring out basically where the sun is hitting or whatever. I don't know if I'm gonna go with the black armor. Black armor is really hard to do, but overall I'm really happy with the result here. I still gotta paint the base and a couple other features, but I'm really happy the direction things are heading in here. But yeah, I busted out the airbrush, and it really helped with the quality. Whenever I paint the whole figure with a brush, you end up kind of having this cakey kind of look a little bit. It's really hard to get thin layers like that. That looks professional. Very well done. Thank you. And this one, pretty big rifle. Well, yeah. Thank you. But yeah, even the metal turned out really well. Like, I figured out a way to do like this kind of dirty kind of metal look very well. I just put like the silver on there, and then I just used very thin down black to kind of create the shadows. And I think the rifle turned out really nice. I wasn't expecting that. But that's the direction I'm headed in with the miniature model painting. I'm gonna finish this guy up tonight completely, and move on to doing my Tau, doing the armor. I painted most of the Tau figures, but I'm looking back on it, and this guy turned out so well with the airbrush stuff that I'm like, I need to go back and redo half that army, just because it's like, this guy looks like, I would not be ashamed to ask money for this. I would be ashamed to ask money for the other ones. They look like they were carefully painted by someone who is like getting into the hobby. So like, I think this looks better, and there was a lot of things to figure out, but yeah, I'm happy with charging money for this. So anyway, that's the story on where I am with the miniature model painting. But I am at 5:07, so I do have to get out of here for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. Looks good. Thank you, Future Oil. Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna. You should stream those. Oh, the paintings. You know, it's just so hard to. It's hard to like paint and like keep it in the frame and everything. It's a whole. It's much easier to stream this because it's static. If I do the little guys, I have to turn them around. You know, it's like it's hard to keep it in frame. Or if I zoom all the way out, you just can't see anything. That's the other issue. So that's why it's just such a burden to like stream the. I might still do it. It's just like. It's just not as easy. YouTube for a stream. Enjoy the rest of your day. Oh, thank you for the stream. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for all this. By the way, thank you for all the stories and keeping the chat alive. But yeah, I'll be back tomorrow. I think I'm definitely gonna finish this picture. I'm really enjoying the direction it's going in. But yeah, I'm gonna skedaddle and feed myself and the dog, and then after that, I'm gonna paint my miniatures and stuff like that. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you guys for everything. I gotta get out of here. Thank you.